to checkity check. You know I'm checking the sound. And I just broke a glass.
Rhythm is life. Rhythm is heart. Rhythm beats within our thoughts.
So it'll be a couple more minutes than I thought.
Listen to the journey of life as I speak to you. 28 rhythms of soul as we begin this journey. 28, a spiritual journey of self. A manifestation of life's divine purpose. An infinity production of harmony. 28 is where the great resonate love. Where angels speak their message through 28 souls on record. 28 blessings. Breathing, balance, guidance, positivity. Give life a journey through our melody. Close your eyes. Awaken the dream. Self-belief, value and integrity. Open your eyes. Feel the beat of 28 hearts. 28 parts of the world inside of you. Marching through the rhythm of unity. Singing success and prosperity. I give you 28 of all of us. 28 is freedom. 28 is the voice within. 28 is where we begin.
Yeah, my apologies. I dropped a glass just as I started. And I had to get out the vacuum and make sure to clean shit up because we can't have any glass in here. So rather than restart it and throw out the notifications, I'm cleaning up. I'll be along in a minute. Hey, Treble, do you hear the music? The house music underneath? I'm having a little bit of trouble with it. Okay, very good. Man, what a weird way to start the evening. I'm definitely gonna need a drink. Bizarro. Pull that up just a little bit. Gonna check in on another device and then we'll get things going. Another few minutes. All right. Now, what about now? Checkity check. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 9, 8, 7, 6. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a balance going here. Pull my microphone down a little bit. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. And I'm going to talk in this weird voice all night long. I don't know why. Welcome. Welcome to the Pleasure Dome. I mean, to the Twitchesphere. Well, it could be the Pleasure Dome. What's your pleasure this evening? What's your pleasure? What's your pleasure? You want to talk politics? I'll talk politics. Talk politics all night. Not riding with Biden. Oh, noes. Oh, noes. Here comes the big cam. Not riding with Biden. But that's okay. If other people want to, it's okay. Vote for that other guy if you want, or the other guy, or the other lady. 3 or 4 people in the race, right? 6 maybe? 5? I don't know. Only one of 2 are going to win. Do what you got to do. I broke up a grape juice glass just as I was started the stream, and And then I opened up the laptop and I forgot I had the empty glass, and it fell right on the metal, the stand, the microphone stand that I'm using to hold the camera. The camera is your friend. Wow. Anyway, so that was my first sip of grape juice tonight. I expect to have a good time in here. I expect you to have a good time in here. We're going to listen to a couple of things that I've got laid out. I'm probably going to rant a little bit, but just a little bit, because I got to take care of my health. I walked 12,000 steps today. Well, it was 11,700 and something when I took off the Fitbit. Here's the deal, though, to tell you the truth. I went out for a turkey baster. Yes, a turkey baster. There's a bunch of 99-cent stores and hardware combination stores, department stores, grocery stores. All this, everybody's got these. The bodegas. The bodegas don't have them, but all these other little stores do. And I went from one store to the next store to the next store to the next store went to like 5-6 stores. I couldn't believe it. Not a turkey baster in sight. We may have to wait until next month or the month after to get a turkey baster in Harlem, because I'm sure they'll be selling them then. But I did come back with a couple of bottles of very inexpensive wine. So I'm stoked about that. It's been a couple of days. We're listening to one of my Mixcloud mixes made before the time of COVID. As much music as I played in my life and time I spent DJing, I haven't made a COVID mix. I haven't made a COVID mix. That's so weird, because everyone I know and everyone I don't know that has turntables or controllers and likes music and likes to DJ, whether they were paid DJs, real working ones, or just bedroom DJs, everybody's streaming and mixing and streaming on all the platforms. I haven't wanted to do it yet. I haven't wanted to do it. I think, I don't know, maybe I think I might be terrified. I think as cool as one might act sometimes in the red corner, I think I'm fucking terrified inside of what's going on and how rapidly things are deteriorating. I'm spending an inordinate amount of time reading the news, looking at the news, looking at other people's content to cull it, to farm it, so I can bring you freshly farmed content from the interwebs so we can watch it together. And you can react in the chat room, and I can react on the camera and on the microphone, and we can talk about it, and then maybe we can get a Discord call going and we can have a conversation. Basically, that's why I'm doing this. I want to bring stuff that I know, that I'm learning about, or that I already know. I want to bring stuff I already know to a group of folks who might not know it, and then I want to learn stuff and then talk about that stuff as we hang out in the Twitchesphere. So that's kind of the deal around here. Or that's becoming the deal. I don't know if it's always been. I think at first I was like, what is this place? How did I get here? How did I get here? What is this place? All right. So I want to start with something that just went up. Now I haven't looked at the news in a couple hours. It was date night. But I am aware that this news is happening. So I want to take us to go look at it. I am taking us. Are you ready? Say goodbye to the big cam. Bye, Frida. Well, she'll be there for a second. Hi, little Frida. Welcome, chat. So evidently there's some shit going down. There's some shit going down in Spain. I don't know if y'all heard about this. Here we go. So something's going down in Spain. Something worthy of an article that just went up over at workers.org. Thank you, Nightbot. You're so kind. I love my Nightbot. So we have a translation from I think it's John Catalanato, like a cat in an auto. John Catalanato, like a cat in an auto, you know. But it's a translation, but the article's by Red Roja. I should probably hang on a second. Let me take a look at this real quick. I got to move a couple things. I can clearly see that this is not right. I'm going to put myself in the upper right hand corner. How's that? Yeah, we're having some sizing issues because I didn't boom. Hi, I'm up here now. We're going to be looking down, and I have to move my friend DJ Lennon, who's always asking the question, what is to be spun? House music and working class media. That's what we're going to do. So that's the setup. That's the dealio. I've never read this. I don't know anything about it. I haven't turned on the news. So all of this is going to be new to me, but evidently so August 5th, it's a statement by the Red Roja, the Red Network. I like it already. The Red Network. The Red Roja organization regarding the escape of Spain's former King Juan Carlos I, and hopefully the last. The escape on August 3rd from Spanish territory, where he faces charges of corruption. A king, imagine that. A king facing charges of corruption. So we've got translation and explanatory notes by managing editor John Catalanato. Catalanato. Should read his book, Turn the Guns Around. You should read that. Put it in the search machine. Turn the Guns Around. John Catalanato. Pick one up. Good stuff. But how are you going to have a revolution when the United States military is so powerful? Well, how did any of the other revolutions go down? Some of these soldiers and sailors, part of the military, turns the guns around. All right, so here we go. Let's check this out. The rotten, here, let me see if I can get rid of that. There we go. The rotten abscesses exploded, and the Bourbon King, there's going to be a footnote for that. The Bourbon King, called Emeritus to accentuate the disrespect he earned, escaped to secure the booty amassed over decades and to keep impunity for his crimes. Motherfucker absconded with the cash, yo. He took the cash, he took the money, he took the booty. I think that's what that means. He escaped to secure the booty amassed. I like that. It's booty. This is a translation word. Well, I guess Spain used to have pirates, right? So it would make sense that, right? Like if this was originally a Spanish article, that there would be booty involved. Not the like American, like Miami-based sound music, the booty, the video booty. Play some booty music. Not like that, but the pirate booty. It's a very serious subject. Doesn't mean you can't have fun with it. Just saying. It's Friday night, Saturday morning, for God's sakes. Welcome to the left pole of the Twitchesphere. Literally promise you I'm the only one talking about this story right now on Twitch globally. Then again, there's only 4 or 5 of you here, so there. I need some water. It's not a really long story. I previewed it. So, but the evidence of the monarchy's corruption reveals the crimes of others. Well, yes, of course, right? Like if and when Donald Trump ever went down, oh my God, all the people that would go with him, if we had a fair and just situation here, but don't hold your breath. The victory of fascism from 36 to 39 in the Civil War, Spanish Civil War, through one of the most terrible massacres in modern history, was also a massive pillage. Yes, fascism and pillage go hand in hand. Get ready for it, folks, because it's coming to these United Snakes. I mean, not like there hasn't been a massive amount of pillaging already, but be on steroids now for everyone, except for the 1%. An immense accumulation of stolen capital, which later guaranteed its continuity through the Bourbon monarchy, of course. With the tens of thousands of murdered people still buried in mass graves, to the shame of progressive governments at all levels of the state. The gigantic pillage on which the great capital accumulation of the Kingdom of Spain was founded, and which continues to grow, is also to be kept buried. They do like their booty. They do like to hold on to it. They do like to keep it. Even if it means the people starve. Even if it means the people are homeless. Even if it means the people can't get health care. The keystone on which the massive pillage of the public coffers has been based, in addition to capitalist exploitation, of course. The keystone, in addition to capitalism, is the Bourbon monarchy. And the king, well aware of all of this, the king demanded that he receive a 10% cut of the proceeds of big business. He wants 10%. Yo, Tone, can you believe this guy? He wants 10%. He wants a 10% cut. Tone, what are we gonna do about it? Forget about it. With all his political complicity which was also duly recompensed, the monarch established himself as the head of the network of corruption that has allowed the owners of big business to amass a fortune, or to amass fortunes, plural. Owners, plural. Fortunes, plural. The 3% bites, B-I-T-Es, bites, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, but let's call them the 3%ers. For the purposes of this, I'm going to refer to them as the 3%ers. And then there's going to be an explanation for what it really is at the bottom. No spoilers, though. The 3%ers that came to light in Catalonia are only a small part of the cascade of commissions and bribes that have built the fortune, or fortunes, of the Bourbon, and below it, of the different levels of administration and the companies that make profits from political decisions. Gee, who knew? Kings and businessmen and women, business persons and kings making deals, presidents, prime ministers, and business people making deals, being corrupt. The official trips packed with businessmen, prominent politicians, and high officials, with the king at their head, are the living image of the use of the state to serve the interests of capital, or capitalists. This isn't surprising so far, is it? Chat. So looking at chat down here. It is this chain of complicity and crime. Think about the United States of America and the complicity, the chain of complicity from one president, one administration to the next, to the next, to the next. Well, how come he didn't hold this past president accountable for that? How come this next president didn't hold that one accountable? How come that? It's a chain of complicity. And it's that chain of complicity and crime which infects all political and economic power structures that has maintained the king's impunity as head of the gang of thieves. The gang of thieves. That's what they are, right? Gang of thieves. Philippe the Sixth sits on a throne drenched in blood and corruption, as he occupies it because, well, he's the son of the king, appointed by the most criminal dictator that the history of the peoples of the Spanish state has known, and also heir on the mother's side of the bloody, corrupt Greek monarchy. Oh, what a surprise. It's almost like the monarchies interbreed and cement their places and steal the booty and work against the interests of the people. But I like the translation here. I like the language. And he occupies it because he is the son of the king, appointed to the most criminal dictator that the history of the peoples of the Spanish state has known, and also heir on the mother side of the bloody and corrupt Greek monarchy, direct collaborator in the fascist dictatorship in Greece from 67 to 73. See, these fascist fucks stick together. Just saying. Kings and queens stick together. Oh, they'll fight each other. See how they can carve up this or carve up that. But when you have a proletariat revolution, they all get together. It's really good on the throat. My doctor says it's good for me. The powers that be, the capital and its apparatus, with the complicity of the progressive government, have forced the Bourbon to flee. I love that. The Bourbon has fled. Just when as they demanded his abdication, they pretend to change something so that nothing changes. Right? Like Biden, I promise you nothing will change. And the emeritus is the scapegoat. Yeah. 2014, when Juan Carlos abdicated, driven off the throne. Back in 2014, the trigger was the fear of a popular mobilization fueled by the consequences of the crisis and by the people's belief that we can. Do y'all remember that? We can. Podemos. But there was a belief. The people's belief that we could change things through elections. Now, if you've been to this channel, you kind of know how I feel about elections. By all means, if you can vote. Vote twice if you can. I don't care. Do what you got to do. And in whatever video game you're playing, just do what you got to do. I remember when Podemos, when the middle fell, after Occupy, and so it was that time period, right? The parties in the middle, people lost faith. They tracked right and they tracked left. And so Podemos, much like Syriza in Greece, same thing. The middle fell apart. Some people went right. Some people went left. So there was a lot of that. It's going to happen here too. So if you're in the United States, snakes, bet your bippy. Conservatives, the GOP and the Dems, they won't be around that much longer. They'll be outright fascists on, running, winning and running and winning and winning and winning. Or we're going to break left. I would invite you to come to the left. Just saying. Fascists kind of suck. So whatever things that you think, socialists, communists, you're all afraid of that. It's because the fascist has been telling you that for your whole life. Just stop it with the listening to the fash. Just stop it. Vote Chairman Mao. Nice. Wine Pog. Mixcloud. Pog. All right. I know I'm taking a long time to go through this, but this is how I feel. I feel very, very chill. So here we are. So that was in 2014. Today, in the face of the economic and social tsunami, don't forget, it's both economic and social, that is hitting the working class. There's been a sudden decision to try to shore up an increasingly weak monarchy. Decision by whom, you might ask? But now, to further derision, the government and the ruling class media, they're trying to present the escape of the thieving father as a contribution to the stability of the son's throne. Oh, nice. I see what they're doing. I see what's happening here. Right, so they're basically saying, so the media's gotten on board with this. The current crop of sycophants in the government, they're portraying Juan Carlos, who abdicated the throne in 2014, saying, well, yeah, bad guy. Look, he it's all his fault. we're going to do better. I think that's where this is going. The collaboration of the PSOE, so that's the Spanish Socialist Workers' Party, the collaboration of the PSOE, Podemos coalition government, okay? In the cover-up of the collaboration of the POSE and Podemos, the coalition Podemos government, in the cover-up of the escaped thief, once again reveals its real function of shoring up all the structures of the regime of the 1978 and of Big Capital. Yeah, because it's not just one guy, right? It's just Trump. No, it's a whole structure. It's the FBI, the CIA, and Homeland Security, and you know, NSA, and like it's always the structure that's put in place from the previous regimes, and they're all on track. They're all on track to fuck over you and me, to hurt you and me, and to enrich themselves and keep themselves in luxury. And of course, it's the lack of capacity to change by even one iota. The Francoist genetic code of the state apparatus. I like that. I like that. Its lack of capacity to change by one iota. The Francoist genetic code of the state apparatus. And I tell you this, like the genetic code of these United Snakes, it's not going to change by one iota. One iota is a little larger than you might think, but we're not getting the change here. We gotta, unless the video game goes differently in a whole lot more places. Yeah. Sorry, I have to be careful. While the prisons are full of political prisoners, when there are still hot judicial decisions that try to crush the freedom of expression of young rappers like Pablo Hassel, to denounce the same monarchy or to keep imprisoned the Catalan, the political leaders who organized a referendum, some naive people could ask, will the high courts of the state put a search and arrest warrant on the Bourbon, Juan Carlos? Will the Ministry of the Interior issue an international arrest warrant? Will they? Will they? Are you holding your breath? Will they seize the property as a guarantee of the payment of the huge amounts stolen precisely for exercising the role of maximum head of state? Of course not. Obviously not. Will Ford prosecute Nixon? Will Obama prosecute Bush? Will Trump prosecute Obama? Of course not. They're all part of the same system. They're all in the big club. They're all in the big club. You're not in it. I'm not in it. They're not in it. You're not in it. You're not in it. She's not in it. They aren't in it. He's not in it. You're not in it. Well, there's a couple people watching. Agent Smith, I believe is your name tonight. Keeping an eye on the lefties on Twitch. You're not in the club either. You are the club. Maybe you'll learn something. Maybe you'll defect and come to the left. Talking to you, Agent Smith. I'm looking at you, Agent Smith. Just saying. Yeah. And it's not a question of searching through a ballot box for another more powerful Podemos. And why people think it's at the ballot box here in these United Snakes. Sometimes, sometimes it's just people are young and they haven't been through enough cycles. Sometimes it's they're old and they've been through enough and they never learned because their bank account is still fat enough that they haven't had to learn. Not my problem. I paid my taxes. I worked hard. Persecution of those who demand freedom will go on. Dead people will continue to lie in ditches. And their murderers will continue to die unpunished and covered with medals. Yeah, anytime you see some asshole on TV in front of a microphone or being interviewed, he's got a whole big chest full of medals. Just think, war criminal, murderer, thief, rapist, pillager, settler, enemy, class enemy. Just saying. If they're on commercial TV, corporate television, with all their little things. I mean, look at MSNBC now. Jesus Christ. It's nothing but retired warmongering pieces of shit. Now they wear suits, right? Because they're out of uniforms. But stop that stuff. Quit watching that. Watch more of this. All right, where are we going? Where are we going with this? Dead people will continue dying in lion ditches, and their murderers will continue to die of natural causes, unpunished and covered in medals, as long as the people of the Spanish state do not send to the dustbin of history all power structures of the regime which established the Constitution in 1978. Let's think about that a minute. Hey, Reverend. Welcome. We'll talk about Reno liberals here in a minute. Glad to see you. We're currently talking about the situation in Spain. It's a brand new article from Workers' World. Just went up tonight, like an hour ago. And we're listening to one of my house music mixes from Burning Man. And now, folks, your daily message that Henry fucking Kissinger is still alive. Franco is still alive. God, all right, raise your hand if you remember Saturday Night Live and the whole Franco is still alive. Mr. Judo, is that what you're referring to? The old Saturday Night Live skit from the 70s? Oh my God, we're a bunch of old fucks here on the left pole of the Twitchesphere. Holy cow. If you did indeed make a Franco reference, a Saturday Night Live Chevy Chase reference, I know you're in the right channel. Grab your box wine, smoke them if you got them and if you can. The world's going to hell in a handbasket. Unless we stop it. Not tonight, we're not stopping it. We're going to talk about it, but we're not stopping it tonight. Redmond Barry, welcome. I drink to Redmond. Lafayette, welcome. All right, we're getting towards the bottom of this. I've never read it before. I didn't look at the news all day today. I pretty much stayed out of the mix. I got my 12,000 steps. I visited 5 or 6 stores in search of a turkey baster. Couldn't find it. Came home with a couple bottles of wine instead. But I got my exercise. And, that's how I roll. That's how I rolled today. So at this time when popular indignation shines a spotlight on the relative weakness of the power structures which must go, and the very flight of the bourbon has fled. The very flight of the bourbon
is a sign of it. The Red Network, Red Rioja, Red, not Rioja, that's wine, Red Roja. The Red Network calls on the working class. Here's the call to action. The working class and the peoples of the Spanish state, as well as the organizations capable of representing their sovereignty and independence, calls them to mobilize against the monarchy and to break with all the institutions inherited from the Franco dictatorship. Wow. That's quite the communique, don't you think? I like it. Let's keep going. A task on a longer road. But ending the monarchy and the other institutions of 1978 regime is an uncompleted task on a longer road. Oh, yeah. The crisis, and the one we're living through now, is of great proportions. Are moments of opportunity to promote the historical task of a revolutionary organization, or of revolutionary organizations. So I'm sure there's more than one, right? I like it. The crisis. The crisis and the moments. The moments of opportunity to promote the historical task of a revolutionary organization to contribute to destroy capitalism and build socialism. Because that's what we're talking about. Here in the left pole of the Twitchesphere, we're talking about contributing in whatever way we can to destroying capitalism and to building socialism. That's what the left is. It's not about voting for Biden. We also know that this objective requires designing the road that leads to the construction of the power of the people and the political leadership capable of carrying it out. I like it. I like it a lot. We understand that the advance of both processes is not the result of declarations of will, communiques, or decisions of intent. It is possible only with the energies that the struggle is capable of unleashing. Calling for it in your newspaper, shouting on a microphone, speaking softly on a microphone. No. It's only possible with the energies that the class struggle is capable of unleashing. It also includes the condition that we cannot permit those in power to absorb, co-opt, to absorb these energies and redirect them to their own needs. Yeah. Yeah. Co-option is a word we hear a lot in these United Snakes. Absorption. In order to introduce elements of the rupture within the present order in the people's struggle for their vital needs, Red Network calls for a debate for the constitution of a popular salvation front. Wow. Popular, not just a popular front, but a popular salvation front whose program complies with the central objective. Now this is getting juicy. I'm glad I took my time with this. Welcome in. Oh, an error occurred? Did I have an error? What's going on here? Am I still live? I think I'm still live. I think it's still live. Yeah, I have to check. Oh, look, it's still live. I may have had a little glitch. All right, so Red Network calls for a debate for the constitution of a popular Salvation Front whose program complies with the central objective, which is to be understood as indispensable by the people and incapable of being granted by the authorities, I should say current authorities, which is only possible by confronting power without any possible conciliation. These are some strong words. Am I right, fam? Wow. These are strong words. Tonight's sponsor, 19. Count them. 19 crimes. Crimes, everybody. 19 Crimes sponsors the Pinko the Bear Show. It's not a show, it's a stream. So yeah, this is intense. So here we go. Just to recap, to be understood as indispensable by, okay, so there's a program that's going to be like indispensable. I think in the translation is going to be like not up for dispute. Here's the fucking program. It's not up, right? And a program which the current power structure couldn't possibly deliver. And here are some elements of that program. Oh, this is where it gets good. Grab a cocktail. Oh, this is going to be good. Come on now. Come on around. Oh, like I'm already getting excited. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. You feel where this is going? This is great. All right. How about this one? Expropriation of the private banking system. That sounds like a really good one to me. Let's start off with expropriating the bankers. Let's do that, shall we? Number 2, how about we don't pay off the public debt? The debt that you criminals for the last decades, you criminals, you monarchs and criminals, the debt that you ran up in our name, fuck you. Fuck you. We're not paying. That sounds like I like it, man. This is gangsta. This is good. Take over the banks. Cancel the debt. Rupture with the dictates of the European Union. Tell the European Union, tell Brussels to fuck right off. I like it. I like it a lot. Syriza wouldn't do it. The people said do it. Syriza wouldn't do it. The Greeks wouldn't do it. Intervention in the large production and distribution companies. Right. Because they could withhold the food, they could disrupt the disruption, they could starve the people, they could basically murder people by withholding or interrupting. Number 5, implementing rational and democratic planning of the economy, i.e., not capitalist. Rational and democratic planning of the economy. What a fucking... These are some pretty good... right? Fuck the banks. Fuck your debt. Fuck the European Union. Fuck the large production and distribution companies. And yes to rational and democratic planning of the economy. I could get behind all 5 of these. I can. All right, so that looks like that's the end of this, right? This is from Red Roja Declaration on King Juan Carlos' flight from Spain, and it was translated by John Catalanato, and it just went up at Workers World. But there's some explanations. There's some footnotes here. I think I know a couple of them, but I don't know all of them. So if you've been with me through this whole thing, we're going to look at some of the footnotes. And then I'll catch up with chat. I promise. I'll catch up with chat and we'll talk. Or we won't. I don't know. Depends on y'all. So translator's notes. The first one, dictator Francisco Franco turned full power. Oh, that's right. Turned full power over to Juan Carlos just 2 weeks before his death in 75 in an attempt to give continuity to the practices established under his rule. So here's this fascist fuck, Franco, and he knows he's going to die. He's like, well, we want to keep things in place. We have to have an orderly transition. So here's my next fascist fuck, but we're going to call him King. Did we call him King, Juan Carlos? I don't know. I think we did. Oh, later. I see. Later, he was declared King of Spain. Okay. His family roots are from the House Targaryen. Fuck these people. From the House of Bourbon. Wow, that goes back a while. Fuck all those people. A royal family in what is now France. If you don't think Game of Thrones is political, you haven't been paying attention. Just saying. All right. The 3%, I called them the 3%ers because I don't know what this is. 3 bites? I don't know. But the 3%ers refer to bribes, not a percentage of people. Bribes paid to leading politicians, Catalan politicians, in order to win contracts, right? So the fascists making deals with the big business folk were paying them, I guess maybe 3% of a contract was the going rate to get on board, something like that. And then of course Podemos, which means we can, a word that in English means we can, is the name of the electoral party that grew out of the movement that occupied public squares in 2011. Remember, when Occupy was going on here, it spread worldwide. And Spain, their unemployment was off the chart. They had some serious economic problems there. And the middle fell apart. And the Podemos was a coalition on the left. People moved to the left, some moved to the right. Enough moved to the left. There was a coalition party, but it wasn't a revolution, right? There was no expropriating the banks. Despite its origins in popular activism, there's a difference between being an activist and being a revolutionary. Despite its origins in popular activism, Podemos wound up joining governing coalitions that simply continued the rule of big capital. Oh, surprise. Much as the Social Democratic PSOE, DemSocs, Social Dems, PSOE did for decades. All right. And then the other footnote, in 78, the political parties reached an agreement on a new regime to follow Franco period that continued the rule of big capital. Well, of course they did. And allowed many of the collaborators in the fascist period to remain in the state apparatus. Well, that's a problem, right? This agreement also allowed the state to hide its arms deals. It allowed the state to hide its arms deals with authoritarian regimes like the Saudi monarchy. You know, I normally don't like the term authoritarian because when I hear it in real life, it always comes from some ultra or somebody who completely misunderstands and doesn't know anything about socialists and communists. Well, authoritarians. In this case, we're talking about authoritarians, you know, like kings and monarchs and capital, actual authoritarian shit. Just saying. Nice. And number 5, it's called the Spanish state because this expression clarifies that there are many peoples, right? Such as the Catalan, the, what is it, Galician, and the Basque, each with the rights of self-determination, all now ruled by the central government in Madrid. It's called the Spanish state because within that state, there are many different peoples, just as in these United Snakes, we have nations within the nation, right? Which is why Workers' World, I think it's why Workers' World editors capitalize black whenever speaking of black people in this country. I believe that's the reason. Wow, what an article. I'm basically they're calling for it. This ought to be really interesting. Let me catch up with chat real quick. And let me get us something to look at here. About a random slideshow that I have. While I try to kind of figure out what I want to look at. Well, I'm going to catch up the. I can't do both things. It's so hard to talk and do this at the same time. I am not good at this. All right, let me check. Let me go back. 19 crimes. Yeah, they've got a bunch of different ones. I first started seeing them come up in the discount racks and priced very low. And with that kind of label, you know, it's like, oh, this is some kitschy shit that, like, whatever. They're trying to get people. It's a marketing thing, right? That's kind of what I thought. And it is. But they have a bunch of different ones now. And they have this thing where you can QR code scan the face, the picture on each of the 19 crimes. And it gives you a little story. The guy turns around, he starts talking to you. There's a little story, and you get it by facing your camera to this guy. It's kind of cool. It's not quite virtual reality. It's not all there yet, but it's a thing. All right, so I'm going to back up here a little bit, see what I missed. First of all, who's here with us? Nice. Lurks, you've made it back. Petro, you made it back. Redmond, very good. Mr. Judo. Mattman, who I think, I could have swore I saw Mattman in a bunch of different places, so I thought Mattman was a bot, but then I saw Mattman speaking. I don't know, but here's to you. I heard a noise. I heard a noise. Oh dear. I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. Heads up, Treb. Incoming. All right, where was I? Hey, Pinky, what are we talking about? Well, we're talking about Spain, right? Daily reminder that Henry fucking Kissinger is still fucking alive. That's not good news. But when he does finally die, it'll be the best news I've heard since John McCain died, which was the best news I had heard since Maggie Thatcher died. So there's a newsreel footage of Spanish nationalists making the Nazi salute after the Nazis bombed Barcelona from the air to aid Franco's forces. Of course, yes. Of course. All right, Reverend Aaron, you're having some personal drama in Reno. You were told tonight by an ultra leftist who had to look up the term. You were told that you don't understand what ultra leftist means. Well, yes, Aaron, there's going to be a lot of that in our lifetimes. And I can get snappy and mad. I can get worked up. And I know you can too. I'm wondering, Treble, when people try to follow, is there a restriction? Like you can't have the word Jewish, or you can't have the word Hitler, or you can't have like a word, like any certain combination of letters in your screen name when you follow? Because all this guy, anyway, I don't know if that's possible. Evil. Marxism is a lie. Marxism is cake. Marxism is cake. Cake is a lie. Therefore, Marxism is cake. I don't know. Y'all know that, right? Yeah, don't discuss it, right? The cake is a lie. What game was that? Was that Portal? Portal 2 or something? I don't know. The cake is a lie. And there was a really pretty little song. I remember when I got laid off during the Big Depression 10 years ago, 12 years ago. I was in a room. I was in a foreclosed house. And there were like 5 or 6 of us living in it. It's a big old McMansion. Everybody had a room. We shared the living room and stuff. And what are you going to do, right? I mean, it's going to happen again. Like when everybody gets kicked out of their houses, people are going to just break the locks off and move back in. It's going to happen. But one of the renters, one of the people living there brought home, I think it was Portal and Red Alert 3 and a case, like 12 big handles of vodka. We spent a couple months getting rather fucked up. I think there were fisticuffs at some point, but I remember the cake is a lie. So anyway, so that's what's going on. I think I've caught up to chat. Oh, I like this song. Oh. I hope the music's not too loud, but not too quiet. I hope it's just right. I have separate adjustments here, so I can turn my headphones up or down. So I don't know where it is for y'all. Aubrey. Dun, dun. Shall we take a look at the Discord? Let's take a look at the Discord. Dun, 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 dun. Burning. 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 Moon. This is an interesting house instrumental. Her voice. Oh my God. Billy Ray Martin, everybody. Billy Ray Martin on the vocal. It's a dub. It just came out a couple years ago, but the original was from the 90s. Classic house track. Your loving arms. Put your loving arms around me. Billy Ray Martin. 1995, 6. Somebody made this kind of deep house where they just grabbed just a vocal snippet or two. So beautiful. So beautiful. Where was I? I was doing stuff. I swear to God I was. I want to give a shout out to Punks for Progress. If you notice the video right now, there's my shout out to Punks for Progress. Punks for Progress, everybody. Reverend Aaron in the house. Here, we'll put DJ Lennon next to, and we'll do that. Look what I learned how to do. Oops. Anyway, let me take that off. I'm sorry. I really don't want to do that. Whoops. Come along, Bear. Get your shit together. All right, I'll get my shit together. It's like I say, it's gonna be a mellow stream tonight. It really is. Let's take a looky-loo. I saved some things in here that I wanted to look at. Oh, Trollolol stuck in your head? We're not doing Trollolol tonight. But I was in a chat. I was kind of surprised. I was in a chat the other night. Somebody's stream and they're riding with Biden. And they made all the same arguments that I've been hearing like my whole life for voting for actual evil people. I'm going to vote for Goebbels instead of Hitler. I'm going to vote for, and it kind of made me, part of it makes me crazy because I think, how is this a thing that people can't see it? But then I think, well, how many election cycles have you been through? How many thousands of hours, tens of thousands of hours have you spent watching election coverage, reading about, looking at position papers, and then watching what they actually do once they're elected? So, particularly younger people, I'm like, okay, I get it, right? And then the older people, just that if they have money, they're not interested. They're gonna go with one of the two parties that got them there. They don't give a fuck. Anyway, it's had to be written down because it's such a good screed. So there's a scene in The Sopranos where Camilla goes to see a shrink hoping to save her troubled marriage to Tony. The short of it is the shrink doesn't sugarcoat it at all, and he tells her her husband's a criminal. He makes his living by illegal means. He resorts to violence and murder as a matter of course. And then he delivers the more devastating line. It's not that he's a killer and but the real line is, he says, I just told you what your situation is. What you can no longer do is say that you have never been told. So the shrink's shrink is saying, yo, you're seeing a murderer. You're seeing a killer as a patient. You've agreed to it. And now you know he's a murderer and a killer. And the reason he's seeing you is because he's got to keep his shit together as he goes murdering and killing. And so you're complicit in it. And you can't pretend that you don't fucking know it anymore. Well, I'm just doing my job as a psychotherapist. No. Or you can tell yourself that. But you can't act like you haven't been told. By very serious people. People who know things. Anyway, so there are people who wholeheartedly believe and they wag their finger at you as they do so. They wag their finger that if Biden becomes president and Biden replaces Trump, that it'll get better somehow. And that things are going to be okay. Sooner or later, they're going to have to contend with the realization that they were indeed complicit in supporting one criminal to replace another. One murderer to replace another. One fuckstick to replace another. One horrifying piece of shit to replace another. And that they wittingly and tacitly whitewashed Biden's lifelong racism, his lifelong misogyny, his unacceptable treatment of women that no decent person would tolerate in their daily lives if they ever encountered it. Yet, credible charges of rape and his creepy action towards women and children, female children, yet somehow that's rationalized or it's dismissed and are not even permitted as objectionable, debatable, or permissible to hold against the man. Same with his lifelong documented corruption, hypocrisy, and over-the-top dishonesty. That his lifelong public service career is a sad, shameful example of disregard and betrayal towards the working class at every opportunity, and an utter dismal example of total servitude towards the mega corrupt oligarchs of this nation and all of what that abhorrent behavior entails should be part of the calculus of blind support for another fucking criminal propped up by an equally treacherous outfit like the DNC and its enablers. You can see why it had to be written down. That they can with a straight fucking face not only dupe the populace but make them complicit in their criminality speaks to the sordid state of affairs that this nation has degenerated into. But wait, there's more. Biden is a criminal. Only perhaps with slightly better table manners. But what can no longer be said by those who are willingly or unwittingly support this most indecent man. What cannot be said is that they have never been told. Forget about it. Damn. Fucking strong medicine, if you ask me. I know nobody asked me. But how do we move this? I don't want to pin it. I want to move it. Copy message link. Boom. We're going to put this in general. No, let's put this. Hey, Lennon, I see you're in the stream waiting. Very nice. Hang on a second. We're going to put this in. We're going to take this away from where it was, and we are going to put it in announcements. Because honestly, I feel like it's an announcement. Yeah, maybe I'll put it in general too, because I don't know if those announcements maybe. Oh, speaking of, nice. I just saw this. Speaking of authoritarian, generally how I feel about the term anti-authoritarian is a red herring. Is a red herring concern that's thrown at politically developing people who seek to fight injustice. Revolution inevitably involves authority. Everyone's focus should be on the exploitation, on the racism, on the environmental destruction, and other pressing realities. That just, it's a thing. It's a thing that just came up here. Shall we look at a couple of memes? Or shall I catch up with the chat? Let me catch up with chat. I got to figure out how to get chat on the scroll thing. Ah, yes. Congratulations to Punks for Progress. And now on TikTok. Is it spelled out like that? Punks for Progress? Okay, good. Good. Reverend Aaron did his first TikTok. Nice. I've not done a TikTok. Lennon's in my chat. Lennon, get your headphones, get your mic on. I'm gonna pull you in. Okay? Give me a moment. But we need to look at something. What are we gonna look at? Do you want to be on camera or no camera? I guess is the thing I need to know. Tell you what, let me pull you in. Turn the volume up and pull you into current stream. I need to go to current stream. I shall pull. Lennon is here. Can you hear me? I didn't give you much warning, but I brought you into the stream. You should voice chat, routing. I'm looking, chat, line out. Oh, system, hold on a second. There we go. Are you there? Nope. I don't hear you, Lennon. I don't hear you. And I've got you turned up. Interesting. Your user volume is on. You are unmuted. Everything looks fine. If you would like to speak or talk, say something. Otherwise, I'm going to mute you and move on with the next thing. Oh, you went back to the waiting room. Interesting. Yes, Mr. Judo, of course. All right, so that's fine. So maybe prefers to listen in the Discord. I don't know. I don't know. Shall we look at Aaron's? Oh, hold on. There's a message here. Try dragging me back in. You got it, bud. Ah, Mr. Lennon, you are dragged back in.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I drug you in, kicking and streaming. How are you?
Good.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if I don't know, if you want some company.
Yeah, why not? I'm not super. I'm just pretty mellow, right? As you can tell. It's kind of.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it.
Are you feeling it? You feeling the Friday night mellow?
I'm feeling the mellow.
Do you want to do the screen thing, or do you want to just stay in the no screen zone?
I mean, it's not even like I have a cam, so.
Oh, you don't have a cam. Well, then it would be awful silly. It would be awful silly.
It'd be pretty silly.
Yeah. All right. Well, what do you think about this development in España?
In Spain, what specifically is going on there right now?
So
I was there for a bit of it, but
when back in during the Occupy.
Are you talking about the development going back from Occupy?
Well, it's all a chain of events. right?
Right.
The fascist,
Yeah.
the Franco winning, and then before he died, he wanted the continuity that he and the fascist forces had built, so he named Juan Carlos as the successor, and then later
Right.
somehow they just decided he was king because he had some blood relatives from the House of Bourbon from France. So now
course.
he became King Juan Carlos because hereditary matters matter, right?
Of course it does.
Yeah, and so they ran him out of office about 6 years ago, 2014, and they ran him out of office, but the superstructure stayed in place. They didn't in this article. In this article, they didn't use the term superstructure, but basically the administrative structures, the way of doing business, all of that stayed in place, and they replaced the king with his. Get this, if you can believe this, they replaced the king with his son.
Oh wow!
Can you imagine? Who would have guessed, right? So now this dirtbag's been in there for a number of years, right? And there's some I don't know. I guess the word would be turmoil, like real serious fucking issues.
Right.
And the people, the superstructure in charge, they don't want to lose power. So Juan Carlos takes off with a bunch of money, stolen wealth, and then the government that is there is like, well, he fled Spain. Okay. Like,
wait, where did he flee to?
oh, I don't know details. I mean, I don't know. Monaco. I don't know. But the point is, they're not going to track him down. They're not going to.
Really?
No, they don't. Give
What?
They're not going to track him down. They're not going to send Interpol after him. They're not going to kill one of their own. They're going to let him fucking go, unless the people of Spain rise up and get rid of the current government and the superstructure that goes with it. They're talking about there's literally a call to nationalize the banks. It's like a 5-point program, and it sounds like a revolutionary program to me.
Wait, right now?
Yeah. Here, let me.
How much backing does this have, though?
I don't know.
Like, who's pushing for this right now?
Red Roja. Here, let's do this. Let me go to Facebook, right? I'm gonna go there, and let me open this up. I gotta remember where my cam is on this. Gotta change it down here. This song is about taking mushrooms. I like it. I like it a lot. This is something about house music. All night long. All right. So I don't know. You weren't here for the first art. So here's the article. You should be able to see this on screen now. It was just posted tonight at workers.org. Working class newspaper for working class people, right? Red Roja's declaration on King Juan Carlos's flight from Spain. And I went through it like for an hour. I went through it for like an hour. I think I just got a follow or something. SBTV is rating SBTV is rating with 47 peoples.
Oh, wow.
47 peoples. We got 47 peoples because SBTV. I love SBTV forever for rating me with 47 peoples. How you doing, Nate? How you doing? Welcome. I'm listening to house music. I've got Lennon on the line, and we're talking about the situation in Spain. But yeah, welcome everybody. So this would be as good a time as any to just recap where we're at. So
yes,
this is a communique. It's a statement by Red Roja, and it translates to Red Network, regarding the escape of Spain's former King Juan Carlos on the 3rd of August from Spanish territory, where he faces charges of corruption. Basically, they ran him out of office a few years ago because he was so fucking corrupt and such a fascist little fuck, right? Anyway, so we have this translation by John Catalanato, managing editor, somebody I know in real life and used to see on a weekly basis here in New York before the COVID, and also wrote an excellent book called "Turn the Guns Around" for anybody who wonders, like, oh, how are you going to have a revolution if the military is like, because some of the military aren't really down with what they're told to do. That's how. Literally, there's a book called "Turn the Guns Around," written by John. Anyway, so it goes through the whole setup, basically how the fascists won in the Spanish Civil War, and then Franco did his thing and consolidated with the business people, and then before Franco died, he knew he was going to die. He put on Juan Carlos, and then after that, they made him king because his relatives were the Bourbons from France, and then after that, eventually he was run out by the people in 2014. Podemos came in, a coalition of left, but not super revolutionary left, but leftish, right? Podemos came in. Anyway, and now they put the son in charge. The son. Yeah. Anyway, so this motherfucker's fleeing, and he took a bunch of the wealth. It's a really good article. It's at workers.org. I'll just let me throw this in here. Let me throw this in the chat. But this thing kind of took me by surprise tonight, because I'm one of the editors on Tuesday nights. I do the postings for Workers World. There's a team of editors and writers, and it's a working class paper, working class people. But on Tuesdays, it's my job to post. It's usually 6 articles, right? But I'm doing it tonight because somebody else couldn't do it. I'm like, yeah, I'll do it. And when I posted this, I read through just a little bit of it. And I'm like, damn, like, let me check that out. Right. So anyway, so this, so here's the money shot. Let me go down to the end. So this is what they're calling for after they laid it all out. And they said, look, this will not stand. This is some bullshit. Y'all have been fucking us over and throwing us crumbs for a very long time, and we're tired of it. And you suck. I think they used different language, but I think they said we're tired of it and you suck, and we're not going to do it anymore. That's my translation. Right. That's my translation from the Red Room here. I think Frito agrees. But here's what they're asking for. Five demands. They're not asking for it. They're fucking demands. Expropriation of the private banking system. How's that for a demand? That's a good demand to start off with, right?
That's a pretty good demand.
Here's one. Can you get down with this? Refusal to pay the so-called public debt. These fucking criminals that have been in power for so long, they're the ones that ran up the public debt, and the workers shouldn't have to pay that. It's odious debt, and fuck that debt. Can you get down with that?
I dig it.
Yeah, it's good, right? Now let's go to the third one. A rupture with the dictates of the European Union. The bankers in Brussels and Germany can fuck right off. Something Syriza would never do and didn't, or not would never do, but couldn't do in Greece and didn't do.
Yeah, such a pity.
Yeah, it was. And number 4, intervention. This is key, I think. Like, this is something that maybe the Venezuelans did not do, but they're running their own thing. I'm not here to criticize them. Intervention in the large production and distribution companies. People got to eat. People got to get supplies. And you can't let billionaires and these large mega corporations choke off the supply chain and such, right? So intervention in the large production and distribution companies. And number 5, implementing, and I love this one, implementing rational and democratic planning of the economy. How is that not a good thing?
It sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah. So, and here's even better. You know what they're calling it? Here's what they're calling. They're not just calling for a popular front. Like when I scrolled down and I was reading this online out on the stream, having some red wine that did not come from France. or Spain, the Bourbon area. Here's the part I really liked. It said, Popular Salvation Front. That's what they're naming it. And that's their program. That's the 5 points on the program. Popular Salvation Front. Here, let's go there. redroja.net. Oh, it's in Spanish. I don't know if my translator. I don't know how my translator is going to be. I'll take a look. All right, so people can read this if they want. I'm going to put it in the chat room. Oh, look. 31
Well, what's up?
31 of the 47 that came in with Nate and his brother from SPTV are still here. I like that. Nice. Well, a lot of times you feel obligated to go with whoever you're listening to, right? Yeah, I'll raid in even though you're done or you're ready to go somewhere else. So, it's nice when people come in, right?
Oh yeah.
Hot bars are hot bars. Hey, OmniSpite, we're going with the deep house. We're going with the deep house mixed by me. Here, little shout out to myself. This is what we've been listening to. Hold on a second. For like an hour and a half or, I don't know, 2 hours.
Yo, Pinko, I've been digging this the entire night.
Oh, yeah? Nice.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. What's going on here? Oh, I've got a... Wow. You've made... Oh, cancel. Okay, hang on a second. So this is what we've been listening to. I have a Mixcloud. I don't DJ for a living anymore. I don't mix. I don't program. I don't entertainment direct. I don't do any of that anymore. I am a full-time, 100% full-time house husband, lover dog, and revolutionary. So I spend all my free time, if I'm not dealing with household stuff and dealing with my relationship and in my real life, I'm doing stuff that I think is useful to raise consciousness. But that's my Mixcloud, Pinko the Bear. And it's like 70 mixes that I put up. They're from all different genres all over the place. But this was one from a couple years ago. I think I made it for before going to Burning Man, or maybe I made it at Burning Man. I don't know. A lot of this stuff comes in and out, but it's about the vibe and the feel. So anyway, what's this? We got another. Oh, thank you for the follow, Revid Fum, everybody, Revid Fum. I like it. Anyway, so that's the first and only story that I've gotten to is this situation in Spain, because it shocked me, and I'm happy for it. But I was really happy to see this 5-point program. And here, let me link the article once again. So, if anybody knows anything about this situation, anything further than what I've kind of laid out in the article that's at workers.org. If anybody knows anything or has any insights, I'd like to hear them. Jump into the Discord. If not, when this is over in a few minutes, this mix, I think we're definitely going to go look at. Whoops, sorry, that was totally uncalled for. We're going to go look at TikTok for a minute, because Reverend Aaron, one of my good friends, has launched his TikTok career at 40. How old are you, Aaron? Has launched his TikTok career, and he's made 2 lefty TikToks. So I'm really excited. I actually downloaded the app today. I figured if Trump hates it, fuck it. I gotta go for it. I'm gonna have to do some TikToking. So that's where I'm at. There's a new video up that I wanted to also check into, and this maybe be the next thing. But I put it and suggested, where is it? Margaret Kimberly, who I like a lot, and I mention on this program a lot. It's not a program, but I mention here a lot. Margaret was on CGTN, Chinese. So like Margaret lives a couple blocks from me, right? Or I should say I live a couple blocks from her. She's been here for 40 years. But she says, thanks again to CGTN for inviting me to talk about the significance of TikTok and the role it plays in the U.S. attack on China. And here's a full interview with her, with Professor Shen Yi. And this is the thing that I wanted to get to tonight. Didn't expect to be an hour deep before I got to it, but this is what I wanted to get to. Hang on a second. I gotta set this shit up because I'm not really great with this OBS stuff, right? Take a look at this. Take a look at that. Okay, there she is. Gonna move my stuff around a little bit. Gonna make DJ Lennon a little bit smaller. I'm small enough. There we go. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. I wanted to hear this because I have not heard it yet. I have an idea what she's going to say. She is not a TikTok user. I promise you that. And before Trump started talking about TikTok, I'm sure she never spent any time on it. But she's a smart cookie. And she has a way of understanding the world and understanding why things happen and explaining them and spitting the truth. So that's what we're going to do right now. Sound good, Lennon?
It sounds good to me.
All right, that's what we're going to do. I'm going to leave the music on in the background just a little bit, and we will bring this up.
Actually banned this app in the United States.
Wait a minute, hang on a second. We'll make that big. We're going to go forward until we see Margaret.
Brought to your friends, you still have
to
work hard.
I see. This is the full program, and she's just on a segment. All right, I got to find it. So this is a full segment. But on Facebook, she's put up damn, there's Margaret. There she is. All right. So the segment is probably only 10 minutes or something like that. Oh, it's okay. I see it now. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to back up just enough. We're going to find out. Maybe right about here.
Back to Headline Buster, brought to you by me, Liu Xin, and I'm pleased to invite our guest for the panel discussion from Shanghai, Professor Shen Yi, Director of International Institution of Cyberspace Governance Research of Fudan University,
that was good
and
timing.
From New York City, Margaret Kimberly, Senior Columnist at Black Agenda Report, and a book on U.S. politics and prejudice against Black people. So thank you, both of you, for joining us. The latest news.
By the way, her book, we'll read another chapter of her book tonight. So I've read a couple of chapters so far on air. They're short chapters. It's 45 chapters because there's been 45 racist presidents. Count them, 1 through 45. And she's got this book. It's called Prejudential. She made up the word prejudice, presidential, prejudential. So we'll read a chapter. The chat room can decide which president. Pick a president, chat. Put the name or pick a number. Do a poll. Decide amongst yourselves. And then later we'll read a chapter on stream because it's fun. And I've got a little bit of wine and you should get whatever you like.
News that's out this morning is President Trump has signed the executive order to give 45 days until no American companies can deal with the parent company of TikTok, which is ByteDance. So Ms. Kimberly, let me go to you first. What do you make of this latest step? What do you think it signifies?
It's a kind of a war against China, frankly, war by other means. The Trump administration is making it clear that it intends to be as hostile towards China as it possibly can be.
Yeah.
And they will use diplomacy, they will use commerce, they will use anything at their at their disposal. So, of course, it seems silly for the president to talk about an app that people use to create entertainment, but it's part of a larger plan for the U.S. to try in vain to stop China's growth as an economic power. Excuse me, the U.S. gave China this economic power by giving it manufacturing capability that the U.S. chose to give up. And now, decades later, there is regret, and the U.S. wants to be the hegemon. And that means fighting China in any way possible, including now making certain that a Chinese corporation cannot make money in this country, and that the president can decide if they can and cannot do business.
Ms. Kimberly, but it's incredible because if you think about the United States, you talk about checks and balances, you talked about democracy where, you know, the president's power, or there is no possibility of a mob governing the country, or there is no possibility of a dictator governing the country. And yet, with these executive orders, we're practically seeing someone who's just doing whatever he wants until he is overturned by Congress. And it seems that the Congress is not going to overrule him on this. So basically, he just got his way, you know, even though people criticize this move. Ms. Kimberly.
Yeah, well, I think it's important for us to stop talking about the U.S. as a democracy. The U.S. is not a democracy. We have you know, all of the hostility towards China is bipartisan. So the Republicans and the Democrats are working in tandem. The president has been praised by Democrats. There has been no questioning, no pushback from the Democratic Party, no questioning in the corporate media. The journalists and our supposedly free press act as though they are scribes who are to write down whatever the government tells them to do.
Exactly.
So I think it's very important to stop saying that the U.S. is a democracy. We have institutions like Congress that are allegedly democratic. They let us vote every few years. But the end result is whatever sort of dictatorship an American president can choose. And this is in keeping with the sanctions that the U.S. just declares that a target nation cannot do business anywhere in the world, which is one of the reasons they're angry with China. So the U.S. says it will sanction Iran, but China steps up and shows its friendship towards Iran. So there's this desperation and increased levels of seeming foolish behavior, but in the end, it can all end up very tragic.
All right. Let me bring in my guest from Shanghai, Professor Shen. You are able to talk about this from a technical point of view as well as a political point of view. On both fronts, how do you look at this issue, especially the latest signing into order of the 45-day deadline?
I think first have different aspects of these stories. The first aspect is, I think Trump is addicted to these games because it's the election year. After less than 3 months, it will be voting days. Clearly speaking, from the Chinese point of view, what the hell kind of leaders to governing countries in such kind of ways? It's a totally mess. But Trump is very clear. He needs to do something to prove he still has this capacity. He deserves to be re-elected. So he wants to do something. Then he used these times to play kind of shoes. He said that here's the threat. I deal with this threat in a very smart ways. So first, I protect the security of the United States. Second, I protect the informations of United States individuals. And third, I make a very smart deals. And fourth, I punch China, our major threat. So you see, I'm clever, powerful, and they need to be re-elected, qualified for the president. It's a political show, very pure political shows.
But But
the
allow me
cost
to
is-
interrupt here. Yeah, Professor Shen, allow me to interrupt here, and please keep it short. I mean, in the past, we've always heard China bashing before in presidential election years, right? And what is the difference between this year and previous ones? It seems that this year they're
more
doing
crazy.
more crazy.
More crazy.
Yeah.
More depend on these things, and maybe the final only card to play with. It's a little bit dangerous
All
compared to the past games.
Final card,
Okay.
yeah.
Now let's take a look at some comments we just received, and I'll ask my guests to react to these. Let's take a look at the first comment, please. Okay, from Bumpking. Are all TikTok server for US users in the USA? Where is the risk? It seems like it's only about where the profits go. Ah, right. Okay, so Ms. Kimberly, I understand the servers for the US operation for TikTok is in the United States and Singapore. But what about the profits part?
It's all right. It's all right, Omni.
Well, I think, the idea, first of all, this idea that there's some threat to a Chinese company having our personal data is just a canard to continue this war by other means. Our data is in the hands of all sorts of unscrupulous American companies, especially these social media platforms. And they give our information to the U.S. government whenever the government asks. The National Security Agency has access to everything we do online. So
everything.
So that is, it's a red herring, as the old saying goes.
Yes.
It is completely false. There's no danger to TikTok does not pose any greater threat to our data than any other social media company. So this is not something that we should give much credence to. It's used to whip up hysteria, to get public buy-in, so that no one says anything, so that no one stands up.
On the other hand, yeah, I was mentioning, we all know the most powerful spying nation in the world is which country? Okay, we don't have to say that. And yet, at this moment,
Interesting that she doesn't say
it. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo is proposing a clean network and some kind of a alliance of clean countries or clean network in countries among U.S. allies and partners. What exactly is the logic? How would he have the kind of guts, to talk like that and use this word clean? Professor Shen first, and then Ms. Kimberly.
Clean, I think. This clean network is very dirty or tricky ones. This clean network is more symbolic than practical. And this clean network initiations is more like remind me that in the Iraqi wars, they calling for some lines built based on the wellness. But finally, it proved that they chose the wrong side of the histories. And during, I think, after several years, when people review the development of 5G and modern technologies, people will find out all these countries who join this clean network or these companies joining these clean proposals lost their final opportunities to catch up the latest technical development and lost the opportunities to make benefits for their own peoples.
Yeah. Ms. Kimberly, your thoughts to wrap up?
A clean network, it means countries that are friendly to the U.S. It means the U.S. and its vassal states, those countries that do exactly what the U.S. tells it to do. It's nonsense to all this talk of a clean network. One of the...
I just want to add this. Just the other reason to say clean network is to infer that China is dirty. That's like saying that the Chinese virus, the virus is China, came from the wet market. It's dirty. It's just one more little... You never heard clean network in your fucking life until last week or so, right? This was not a thing. It's chosen for a reason, and it's to make you think that, Asians dirty, bad.
Yeah, it's
things
meant
the
to
U.S.
dehumanize.
has against China, for example, Huawei, it's difficult for the U.S. to spy on Huawei's technology. So this clean network with friends is about the U.S. doing business with its vassal states. That's all that it amounts to.
Do as I say, but not as I do. Let's take a look at this comment, this final comment before we go. From Soyuz Maximus, China bans American apps. Why can't we ban Chinese apps? Doesn't China love equality? Okay, a tough
God.
one to Professor Shen.
A tough one?
As I know these stories, the very typical misreading. China did not ban Google and ban Facebook. Take Google for very typical examples. Before the year Google withdrew from China in 2010, Google can be accessed in mainland China. And when you search in Google engines at that time, in the last of the searching result, it will say that some result has been filled out because of the local laws. In the 2010, if you read the official blogs from the Google side, Google say that I will withdraw from mainland China because I will never obey the law of this censorship. So I withdraw from mainland China to Hong Kong. It means withdraw. And after that, the Google dialogue with Chinese government, I can providing service in mainland China, but I will not obey your laws. And I will announce that.
Yeah.
A foreign company say that I will not obey your laws in your market, in your countries, and doing business in your market. A little bit ridiculous.
And
Yeah, I just want to to the chat. Yeah, it's racist as fuck. This whole thing, the wording, clean, racist as fuck. And yeah, definitely agree there. And yeah, I hate the wording too. It's pretty blatant.
Second,
But yeah, a lot of people think that well, anyway, I'll let them talk.
yeah,
you cannot. But second point, Google's advertised companies never end up in mainland China. The company is still running there.
okay. Well, basically, the rules were laid out for these companies, right? It was clear set of rules, and it's not
Yep.
just against one particular company from the United States, but it's kind of for all of these international multinational social media applications.
In short, Google refused to obey the law, and the TikTok and are not allowed, even they obey the law.
Right.
Yeah, there is a big difference.
There is the deal.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Ms. Margaret Kimberly joining us from New York City, and Professor Shen Yi joining us from Shanghai. And with
Yeah, nice. So I'm glad. So she's made her international debut. Actually, she's been on plenty of international trips but not so much on television or that has the reach that CGTN has. So I think that's pretty cool. In fact, let's go to her just while we're here, while we're on this. Let's go to her. So let's take a look at my. Hold on. First of all, let me see where we are on OBS. Okay, here we are. This is my Facebook. I'm public. Just by the way, if you want to give a follow, I'm really sketchy about taking new follows lately. I've trimmed down from 5,000 to about 1,430 or something friends. I don't want any right wingers. I don't want any libertarians. I don't want anybody who's not like what's west of Westeros. If you're a Targaryen, fuck you. If you're from the house of whatever, fuck you. There's better lands west of Westeros. So I'll take Socdems, Socdems, and to the left as friends, right? But Trumpers and whatever and Boogaloo Boys or what, fuck off. But my Facebook page is open. It's open for information, conversations, exchange of ideas, etc. But what I want to do is, while we're here, I want to look for Margaret, because she may have other stuff that came out. Okay, 14 hours ago, thanks to CGTN. My alarm clock.
couple days ago, she was discussing John Lewis. I don't want to do that. Something about the election. Oh, you can follow her, by the way, at blackagendareport.com. How Trump can steal the election. This is actually pretty good. Maybe I don't want to talk about him that much. But she's on team destroy Democrats, because Democrats haven't done anything in decades, and they're not friends of black people. She is not one of those people who says, "Oh, harm reduction, ride with Biden, harm reduction." She will tell you to your face, no. And there's plenty of stuff online you can read, you can listen to. I'm not gonna but that's where she's at. So when I hear people online, particularly white people online, making a claim that it's harm reduction to vote for Biden, and they have to do it, oh, won't you think of the black people? That's right. You hear that. You listen to what Margaret has to say about that, and then weigh what she has to say, and other people like Glenn Ford and other voices on the black left, the actual, real, serious black left. Look at what they're saying and listen to that, and then take those arguments and put them up against some white guy with a microphone on the interwebs saying, well, we've got to do harm reduction and Biden's better than Trump. And that's all I got to say about that. Anyway, she's powerful. She's smart. Come on. Well, I forgot what I was doing. I was losing my place. I'm losing my place. We're done with the Juan Carlos story, right? I can take that off. I'm taking it off. All right. My friend Lennon, are you still there? Any thoughts about TikTok, or is that just like you don't TikTok, do you? Reverend Aaron, do you want to get in on any of this? You want to jump in? All right, not hearing. Let me just catch up a little bit with chat. It's kind of like being in my living room tonight. I kind of like it. Just want to have a drink, listen to music. Twiddler's just trying to broker a cut of the American deal. Oh my God. There is a fantastic new story. Fantastic new article at Counterpunch, which Counterpunch can be very iffy. Depends on the writer. They're an aggregate site. But Counterpunch has a great new piece by Paul Street, a Marxist that leans heavily anarchist. About Trump is not throwing the election. And anyway, oh God, it's pretty serious. And it's very good. I'm not quite sure I want to get into it right now. Not sure I want to get into it right now. Let me see what else I got here. Dun, dun, dun. Films for action. All right, here. I got this. So this came across my news feed earlier today. Generally, films for action is good. Generally. When I see films for action, I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I'll check that out. But I listened to the first couple seconds of this one and I wasn't quite sure about it. It's 6 minutes long. So we're gonna stop that. We're gonna stop that. You can see I'm not a super proficient with all this shit yet, right? But I love you. I love you very much. Let's make it big. Let's make it big, baby.
The industrial economy from agriculture.
Now, this guy's voice is a little much, right? He sounds like the same guy who did A Better World is Possible like 10 years ago. But anyway, But there's a totally different subject. Totally left turn because I didn't see anything in chat. Nobody said anything. Okay. Total left turn. I wanted to look at this, but I didn't want to spend 6 minutes on it during the day. So I put it in here so I can look at it and then decide about it. So let's take a look at this and see what it is. Sustainable Human presents the most brilliant heist in history. The industrial economy. Oh, there's captions.
Culture to war is by far the most violent the world has ever known. It is a fact that at the end of World War II, industry geared up to adapt the mechanical and chemical technologies of war to agriculture.
Oh, yeah.
At the same time, certain corporate and academic leaders, known collectively as the Committee for Economic Development, decided that there were too
Proper
many
scheduling.
farmers. The relatively self-sufficient producers on small farms needed to become members of the industrial labor force.
It's Friday night, man. We're just making this up.
Consumers of industrial
We're making this up as we go along. Grab a cocktail.
The first
if you drink.
problem of a drastic reduction of the land-using population is to keep the land producing in the absence of the people. The Committee for Economic Development had a ready solution. The absent people would be replaced by the mechanical and chemical technologies developed for military use and subsisting upon a seemingly limitless bounty
Thank you,
of
Nightbot.
natural resources.
Can we give it up for Nightbot, everybody?
All
Nightbot.
of the land-using population left their family farms and moved into the cities to be industrially or
Thank you, Omni.
professionally employed or unemployed. And to be entirely dependent upon the ways and the products of industrialism. Agriculture would become an industry.
Oh, I hope this isn't
Farms
going.
would become factories, like other factories, ever more automated and remotely controlled. Industrial land use.
This
became
isn't
a
going to the
front in a
primitive,
war
primitivist
against the living world.
thing, is it?
There is, in fact, no significant difference between the mass destruction of warfare and the massive destruction of industrial land abuse.
What? I'm starting to feel like this is a primitivist thing, but let me back that up just a little bit.
In order, mass land use became a front in a war against the living world.
Well, that's true.
There is, in fact, no significant difference between the mass destruction of warfare and the massive destruction of industrial land abuse.
All right. So if I was watching this during the day, I would stop watching it and scroll on. I would. I'd be like, okay, hyperbolic person with a great voiceover and nice little now this type music. Pretty big claim. Pretty big claim. But maybe they back it up. Or maybe it was just one bad line. Like I was watching, Reverend Aaron suggested the Humanist Report. I watched my first 9 minutes of the Humanist Report the other night while on stream. And I was like, okay, he said a bunch of good things, but then like a couple of like ridiculous things that I wanted to punch him. I'm like, okay, I'm done. You suck. You're not really left. But anyway, let's go on and I'll check chat and see what y'all think. Cause we don't have to watch this. If y'all are feeling this, if you're feeling my reaction to that and you think it's right, we can not waste our next 4 minutes.
In order to mine a seam of coal, and we destroy a mountain, its topsoil, and its forest, with no regard for the ecosystem or for the people downhill, downstream, and later in time.
Correct.
But there was another problem that the population engineers did not recognize then and have not recognized yet. Agricultural production without land maintenance leads to exhaustion.
Well, I'm pretty sure they understand that. They just don't fucking care. So To be clear, let's back it
land,
up.
and later in time. But there was another problem that the population engineers did not recognize then and have not recognized yet. Agricultural production without land maintenance leads to exhaustion. Land that is in use, if the use is to continue, must be used with care. And care is not and can never be an industrial product or an industrial result.
So I was just about to say, fuck this. I'm not going to listen to any more of it because everybody knows to rotate your crops. Even fucking shitheads like Jefferson knew to rotate crops. Well, he didn't do it himself. He forced people to do it for him because he was a loser. Yeah, we could read a chapter about Jefferson in Margaret's book. Actually, we're gonna do this fucking guy. I'm gonna read you the very, very short chapter on Donald J. Trump in a second. So people know that you have to rotate. So he's recognizing that, but I think he's getting at capitalism can't do it.
A proper economy would not exploit, siphon away, and finally destroy the life of the land and the people.
Correct.
A proper economy instead would recognize, value,
a proper economy,
cultivate, and conserve.
So I'm okay with where he's going with this.
In any given place, everything that is good in it and worth conserving. If farming is no more than an industry to be unendingly transformed by technologies, then farmers can be replaced by engineers, and engineers finally by robots.
Well, yeah.
In the progress.
You know what? There's a whole book about that. There's more than one book, but at workers.org, there's a whole book about that, about how robots are going to take over the jobs. It's about 15 years old, 20 years old. I think it's called low-wage capitalism, or is it capitalism at a dead end? There's two different ones, but
our evident goal of human uselessness. If, on the contrary, because of the uniqueness and fragility of each one of the world's myriad small places, the land economies must involve a creaturely affection and care, then we must see and respect the inescapable dependence even of our present economy, as of our lives, upon nature and the natural world. Good work in the use of the land is work that goes beyond production to maintenance. Production must not reduce productivity. Good work also is informed by traditional, locally adapted ways that must be passed down, taught, and learned generation after generation.
yeah. There's a lesson in a minute. This is painful for me, actually. But fuck it, there's a lesson in a minute.
Every mine eventually will be exhausted. But a farm, a ranch, or a forest, where the laws of nature are observed and obeyed, has given sufficient care and skill we know they can be.
Yeah. Come on.
Will remain fertile and productive as long as nature lasts.
Okay. And there's a revolution win and what? Join a revolutionary organization today because things are fucked up and shit and capitalism is the cause. Capitalism is the cause of all of this. It's not because people don't know about it. Fucking hate this kind of stuff. I'm glad I scrolled by it earlier and I saved it to now. Because to me, I don't know. To me, this feels like just a fuck ton of liberal claptrap. Like, the most brilliant heist in history. Man, that's some clickbait. Films for action, what happened to you? What happened to you, Films for Action? You used to be so brilliant. You used to be so excellent, Films for Action. Chat, listen, seriously. Can I tell you? I'm putting it together in my head right now. I know what happened. Films for Action that I've been looking at every once in a while for the last 12 years, 15 years on the internets. Films for Action hasn't changed. So when I say, what happened to you? You used to be so good. Films for Action hasn't changed. I've changed. I've learned. I've grown. And I don't swallow liberal claptrap anymore. You know? Raccoon food. Trash. Raccoon food. It's in the trash can for the trash panda. Oh, man. I'm sure there's a lot of good stuff there, yada, 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 right? Like, but come on. How about calling it out for what it is? Fucking capitalism is causing this. Capitalism is making all of those decisions. The drive for profit and the competition for profit drives all of this globally. To not say it, spend all that money on a video, and to not say it, I think that's trash. I really do. I don't know, maybe. Let me catch up with chat. People, yeah, full of shit. People have known that for thousands of years. Yeah, so Omni, I mean, like it gives you that thing where you're like, oh, yeah, he's gonna tell me something I don't. He's gonna tell me something I don't know, and it's gonna be important, and I can join here, and I can join the fight. And there is something to be said about scaffolding, right? You can't do algebra if you don't know your, plus minus division, long division, right? If you can't do basic math, you can't do advanced math. You'll never get to imaginary numbers, right? There's something to be said about scaffolding, but things are fucked up and shit, and the world is falling apart quickly. The global economic system of capitalism is falling apart hard and fast. And, sending $5 a month to Earthlink or whatever group that was, or Extinction Rebellion or what, I mean, come on. Rearranging some decks. Reforming. Join a revolutionary organization. Join an anti-capitalist, anti-racist, anti-imperialist organization. I know one, workers.org. Workers.org. It's pretty cool. There's a whole join section, and you can read. You can look at our program. Like, this is not a work. Again, this is my happy hour. This is not there was no meeting about this, right? Benzi's coming. Benzie, morphine, morphine. Hi, welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. I was just going on a little, Kalikami, Raboto, arigato. Raid. Nice to have you. Nice to have you. We've been having a pretty chill little night here with some good information. And then we just saw some liberal claptrap that went on for like 6 minutes, but I extended it to 8 because I had to talk, because that's what I do sometimes. But I'm glad I played it, just so I can kind of bring the juxtaposition between here's a bunch of stuff that goes around and people think they're doing something by joining some organization and sending them $20 or $5 a month or 15 a month or whatever, right? People think they're doing something. But what's really doing something is getting together with people in your community and going out and making a difference, organizing your block, your building, whatever you can do. This is an anti-children stream. What? This is an anti-children stream. Also, Pepsi is better than Coke. Turn up, boys. Nice. Is that right? You've been doing an anti. Nice. So we've done a couple things tonight. We've talked about the deposed king of Spain fleeing with the booty. They literally, the translation was, "Oh yes, perhaps, Reverend Aaron, perhaps." But we talked about the former king of Spain, Juan Carlos I, and hopefully the last, fleeing with the booty, pirate booty, not the video Miami base. Somewhat bear. A somewhat bear. I like that. Somewhat bear. And we've talked about, and then we saw Margaret Kimberly talking about China and TikTok. And Margaret has a book. Here's the cover. It's backwards because I don't feel like, well, I'll do it. So here's the book. Presidential. Got it? The forward is by somebody like Cornell West or somebody. I don't know who it is. Who did the forward? I don't know. It doesn't matter. But it came up in the chat. I'm like, well, let me read one chapter, right? Let me read one chapter. And I said, which president? Because there's 45 chapters. 45 chapters, 45 presidents. I have to take my glasses off. When I do this, I'm not going to be able to see the chat. I am a good-looking bear with my glasses off. So let's move on from the films for action. Donald Trump, the final chapter. 45 chapters, only like 4 pages. Oh, it's less than that. The election of Donald Trump as president of the United States is arguably the most remarkable story in the history of presidential politics. A man with no prior public service experience, who was heartily disliked by more than half of the electorate, defeated the person groomed to be Obama's successor. Hillary Clinton made good on her husband's promise of 2 for the price of 1. As she served in her husband's administration, became a two-term senator from New York. Yes, I added the Ric Flair thing. And was appointed Secretary of State in Barack Obama's first term in office. I just realized Margaret, if she ever sees a clip of this, won't know who Ric Flair. It's a wrestling thing. Anyway, paradoxically, this resume became a liability when she ran against 2 outsiders, Bernie Sanders in the Democratic Party primary and Donald Trump in the general election. Nor could she overcome the overt and covert racist appeals of the Trump campaign. Donald Trump ran for office as an outsider and an outlier. He opposed free trade agreements and opposed regime change. He said he did. Which were part of the elite ruling class orthodoxy. But his signature campaign slogan, "Make America Great Again," resonated with white Americans. Even white women voted for him in greater numbers than they did for Hillary Clinton. Who would have been the first female president? Just let that sink in. White women voted for Hillary in greater numbers. Voted for Donald in greater numbers than they did for Hillary. And Hillary would have been the first female president. What a country we live in. What a country. Although Donald Trump had never held a government office or held a government or elected office, he was a well-known public figure, a real estate developer who inherited his business from his father. He used his position in a constant effort to garner publicity for himself. There was good reason to doubt Trump's claims of business success, of course. Despite inheriting an enormous amount of money from income-producing assets, his businesses had filed for bankruptcy on six. I got lost on my sixes. I'm just laughing because, oh my God, this guy is such a fucking clown. 6 occasions. But he was better known for refusing to pay vendors and even the attorneys who defended his theft of services. His father, Fred, had made a fortune building moderate income housing in Queens, and Long Island, and consistently discriminated against black people seeking housing. In 1927, Trump Sr. was arrested. Get this. Did you know this? In 1927, Trump Sr. was arrested at a Ku Klux Klan rally, presumably as a participant. I'm not saying if you get arrested that means anything. I'm not even saying if you get convicted it means anything in bourgeois court and stuff, but come on. Trump's dad went to a Klan rally. I'm sure it wasn't because he was live streaming it. I'm sure it's because, he's a fucking Nazi. Anyway, Trump's, so I'm ad-libbing a little bit of this here. Trump's earlier forays into public activity should have disqualified him from presidency. He was known for creating the popular reality-based series The Apprentice and Celebrity Apprentice. Oh, I didn't know he was in both. In which he played himself dispensing with contestants with his signature line, "You're fired." I don't know if I did that right because I never watched it. In 2011, he embarked on a failed quest to prove, oh my God, that's right, to prove that Barack Obama was not born in the United States and was therefore ineligible for the presidency. Obama celebrated the release of his long-form birth certificate with very, very public skewering of Trump at the 2011 White House Correspondents' Dinner. I remember that well. Obama's jokes went over well with the crowd and the media, but obviously less so with Trump. Quote, "We all know about your credentials and breadth of experience. For example, no, seriously, just recently, in an episode of Celebrity Apprentice." Obama was so smooth, right? But it was Trump who got the last laugh. He proved that presidential racism existed because it is so effective. During the presidential campaign, Trump showed his most overt racist animus towards Mexican immigrants, charging that they were rapists and murderers, and vowing to build a wall on the border at the expense of the Mexican government. And by the way, I'm one of those people who didn't think he could win at that time and didn't think if he did win that anyone would give him money to build the wall. I was very naive. I'm pretty hip to a lot of things, but I really didn't think we were this far down the fast road. But we are, which is why the Paul Street piece in Counterpunch is so important. Just came out yesterday or so. So this was a classic American white supremacy, claiming the United States as a country for white people that needed to be made great again. Despite the reservations of the Republican establishment, Trump bested his rivals in the primaries and emerged as the party's nominee. He energized new voters, just as Obama had. While he lost the popular vote, he won an electoral college victory, easily defeating Clinton with the number of states in his win column. The Democratic electoral debacle had been building for some time. Obama won the presidency, and Democrats controlled the House and the Senate in 2009 and 10, but their record for victories declined after that. Yeah, they did shit. And a lot of people that were giving him, like, oh, we'll give you one more chance, were like, oh, fuck you people. But the record, blah, blah, blah. In preceding years, Republicans had been gaining increasing control of governorship and legislative positions, and aggressively using their power to gerrymander, redrawing legislative districts to their advantage, and created congressional and state legislative districts that became safe seats. Yeah, definitely. Safe seats for Republicans. The Republicans regained control of Congress while Obama was still in office, and the presidency itself was the last domino to fall. Yeah, they went for the states, right? For the governors in the states. Then they got the presidency, officially making Obama's legacy an empty one. Trump had a long history of making anti-black statements. Oh, God, we're going to go to the Central Park Five. I know it. I just know it. I'll get to that. I can't see it. I took my glasses off. And this is a short chapter of Margaret's book, so I feel the need to do this since we saw her talking about China on CGTN. Where am I? Hey, I'm not a professional. I'm some dude in a red corner. This is not CNN. Glad you're here. All right. So the last domino to fall. Trump had a long history of making anti-black statements throughout his career. His references to the blacks and use of the long anachronistic term inner city, big time, were classically racist. He paid for a full-page newspaper ad in '89 calling for the death penalty for black and Latino teenagers falsely accused in a headline-grabbing Central Park rape case that was so disgusting. Fucking Trump. These teens were eventually exonerated after many years in prison and jail. But Trump never retracted his stance, nor was it forgotten. He never retracted his bullshit on the Central Park Five. And the racists of this country took notice, and they gave him money. This is my ad lib to this. But they gave him money and they boosted him because he didn't go back and say, well, I was wrong about the Central Park Five. Because racists gonna race. The same country that made history 8 years earlier by electing a black man to the presidency now elected an openly racist white man. The corporate media mocked him, but white America ran to his side. He was bulletproof. Nothing hurt his electoral success. His racist statements, charges of fascism, claims of sexual harassment, ill-formed outbursts on Twitter, and calls to ban Muslim travel and to curtail the ban or immigration, curtail or ban immigration from countries that are predominantly non-white, did nothing to stop his victory. In fact, his expressions of bigotry, both coded and overt, formed the basis of his appeal for many voters. He was inaugurated the 45th president on January 20th, 2017. There's a little bit more. I have a story. I have a personal story that I want to tell after this. And then I'll get to chat. You'll like my story. It has to do with Wayne LaPierre, Hillary Clinton. Yeah. At my job at the time. Oh, it's a good story. You should wait for that. Within weeks of his inauguration, words are hard. Within weeks of his inauguration, Trump attempted to make good on his promises, with professional white supremacist Steve Bannon as his chief strategist. He declared his intention to build a wall on Mexico's border. He signed an executive order banning entry to the United States by citizens of 7 mostly Muslim nations: Syria, Iraq, Iran, Libya, Sudan, Somalia, and Yemen. But opinion polls showed more that Americans approved than disapproved of his presidency, even if a majority did not like him. And once again, Trump's invincibility was evident. A federal judge declared the entry ban illegal. But the dire consequences of a Trump presidency were already becoming evident, and the Supreme Court would ultimately endorse his authority to implement a reworded travel ban that was not justified by any evidence or legitimate policy objectives. Do you remember when we were talking about Spain and how the superstructure wasn't, if you were here at the beginning of the stream, and how the superstructure was not removed when Franco left or when they ran out the successor, Juan Carlos? The superstructure, kind of important. Trump is simply the latest person to seize on white angst in order to win a presidential election. The combination of his open racism and Democratic Party's failure to produce the hope and change that Obama campaign said they were, coming, put him in the White House. Yeah. You just set him up. The reaction to his election split the country, with more than half of voters disliking Trump and predicting everything from a new Hitlerism to World War III. Don't laugh. It still happened. In fact, Trump did what his words are fucking hard. What his I want to say predators. Predecessors. Clearly, predecessors. Trump did what his predecessors did, building upon the actions of the prior administration. The 7 nations chosen for the travel ban were subjected to actual military attack or brutal economic and diplomatic sanctions during the Obama years. Oh, isn't that a coincidence? Isn't that so? Obama attacked 7 Muslim nations, and then Trump puts in a travel ban. These motherfuckers are playing for the same team, Team Capital. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that. Margaret didn't say that. I'm saying that. She's alluding to it. She has a different style. The 7 nations chosen for travel ban were subject to actual military attack or brutal economic and diplomatic sanctions during the Obama years. American drones and sanctions created a humanitarian crisis in these countries. Trump did what Obama may have wanted to do, but dared not do. Because remember, Obama came in after 8 years of Bush fatigue. Bush fatigue, 8 years of that shit. He came in on hope and change. He still bombed the fuck out of 7 countries and drone attacks and increased the security state. He did all that shit. NDAA, Patriot Act, re-signed, all of that shit. NSA scooping up all of our information. Hello, Agent Smith, if that's your real name. Fuck off, get a real job. Anyway, you know where I live? I'll be dead soon anyway. He brought these attacks to the fore of American political discourse. Even liberals who turned a blind eye to Obama's war-making could not avert their eyes to illegality and mistreatment in their home communities. Trump is an anomaly in some ways, but he shares a long pattern of racism with his 43 predecessors. 43? 44. I thought he was 45. Donald Trump certainly knows his people. Is that a misprint? He's 45, right? There's a misprint in here. Trump is an anomaly in some ways, but he shares a long pattern of racism with his 43 predecessors. So if you joined the stream, I'm taking a little U-turn to do the final chapter of Margaret Kimberly's book, Presidential Prejudice. The racism in each president. And this is indeed chapter 45, right? Oh, okay, well, I don't know. Donald Trump certainly knows his people. He understands white voters. And this is the thing. He's a player. He's a fucking player. He's played the whole country. Donald Trump certainly knows his people. He understands white voters better than the Republican Party establishment did. But he doesn't understand much else, obviously. And his presidency is in serious danger as a result of his public fights with anyone who doesn't support him without question. Republican congressional leaders are as likely to face his wrath as journalists who attack him. The Republican establishment may not have wanted Trump to be president, but ultimately they benefited from the long history of anti-black political campaigns. He's a rogue, attacking the bipartisan neoliberal consensus on trade, on foreign policy. He actually proved that the Republican ideology was less important to white America than their sense of entitlement and their expectation of being catered to by the political system. Can we just rewind that for a second? Can we rewind that? He actually proved that the Republican ideology was less important to white America than their sense of entitlement and their expectation of being catered to by the political system. Black people are horrified when it is obvious that he doesn't know who Frederick Douglass was. But his supporters certainly don't care. He is as ill-informed a president as he showed himself to be during his campaign. It is making white America great again that matters the most to him and to the American public who elected him. The Democratic Party was shocked by Hillary Clinton's defeat and cannot agree on a way to fight Trump. That's true. Trump is the nightmare, the open racist who gets support precisely for that reason, because he's an open fucking racist. Now, the black political leadership is lost. Aside from, committing themselves to fighting Trump, their allegiance to and reliance on the hapless Democratic Party, snip, 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 has neutered them. She didn't say snip, snip, snip. I did that because I'm dramatic. I like it. Now the black political leadership is lost. Aside from committing themselves to fighting Trump, their allegiance to and reliance on the hapless Democratic Party has neutered them. The triumphant racist has no reason to fear black people or what passes for leadership. The most recent American president has taken black people back to the first. Wow. Chapter on George Washington is something else. I read that on a week ago or something. Last two paragraphs. Trump presents many contradictions. The gloves are off. The code words are gone. The dog whistles, gone. Fucking bullhorns, sirens. I added that part. But she just said the gloves are off. Code words are gone. He is a unique personality. in the modern presidency, a man without any discernible social graces. When he referred to the global South as comprising shithole countries in an Oval Office meeting, at least one meeting participant broke the rules of protocol and publicly disclosed the remark. Yeah, and I think he got fired. Trump's open racism is a threat to black people. Racist Americans feel empowered and emboldened. In August of 2017, just months after the Trump inauguration, they converged on Charlottesville. And in the clashes between white supremacists and counter-protesters, one woman was killed when a Trump supporter drove his car into a crowd. On purpose, drove all the way down from fucking Michigan and did that. A lot of my friends and comrades were down there. I was recovering from a heart surgery. So I went to the bus. I went to the Solidarity Center to see them off, to check people in. People who had tickets, didn't have tickets. I went down on my cane to help see people off on the bus to Charlottesville. And then that shit happened. Anyway, I'm fucking angry. Where was I? The president refused to condemn white supremacists, saying, we all know this, right? Saying there were fine people on both sides. Trump is no anomaly. He appears at the recent end of a continuum that began with a series of slaveholders. The nation's capital was created to ensure its safety among the slaveholding states. Earlier chapters talk about that. While Trump's demeanor makes him seem like an outlier, he seems like an outlier. History proves that he is not. That took a little longer, and I am not the best reader in the world. Did I get that right? Hold on. Is that right? There you go. 45 chapters, 45 presidents. That was the last chapter because somebody wanted to hear about Trump. Now I feel dirty. I feel gross. I love Margaret's book, but just talking about Trump after hearing house music and chilling and doing all that, God damn it. Reverend Aaron, you want to come on Discord? If you're still here, maybe I got to do something. Hang on, y'all. I'm going to put on some music, and then we're going to, then I'm going to catch up with chat and see how y'all are feeling. So we just heard deepish and dark techno, I think. Do we want something more happy? Now these have I like the instrumentals. The instrumentals are best. Maybe the second half of the long ass simple mix. Yeah, we'll do this. Just enough in the background, right? Just a little bit. Woo! Gonna catch up with chat. This should be interesting. Or not. I may have bored everybody out of the room. I don't know. Let's do a slideshow. Boom. We're gonna do a slideshow. I haven't updated it in about 2 weeks, but it's just a bunch of pictures of people doing their thing out in the world. Many of them are from Workers' World. That's Baltimore, or People's Power Assembly, which are in many cities. Aubrey. So anyway, I'm going to let that play, and I'm going to look at chat real quick. How do I do that? I guess the best way is to go here. Dun, dun, dun. Nixon on 4. Yeah, right. Yeah, the Nixon one is actually pretty good. The FDR one too. What's interesting is Margaret she just went to the public libraries. Did a lot of research in libraries. It's all public information, but it's not the stuff that you will find in other published books. Like, did you know George Washington? No wooden teeth. The teeth pulled from the people he owned, the people he enslaved. He had their teeth pulled to be his teeth. I mean, there's a lot. It's a good fucking book. And you can follow her at blackagendareport.com, Black Alliance for Peace on Facebook. Do, 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 do. TikTok is like crack. Have you smoked crack? Aaron, I don't think you've ever smoked crack, but I believe that you understand the addictive nature of both. Oh, Nightbot, how I love you so. Things are fucked up and shit. Oh, Benzie, yes. All right, I see where I'm at now. I'm only to the Benzie raid. Tenants unions, yeah, right? Like, Omni. We are in a situation where we're gonna be like 40 million households evicted. I don't even know how many people that is, right? Things are really going to get bad. If all the sheriffs actually do come and evict people, you know, we're going to be breaking down. We're going to be breaking off locks and moving people into houses in the video game on Twitch. We're going to literally be moving people back into their homes or someone else's former home. We will literally, people can't be stuck outside in the wintertime or anytime when there are empty houses. This will not stand. We've been through this once during Occupy, during 2011 and 12, 13. Petrov, oh yeah, I guess you already know what we're reading. You know, I don't know who has the biggest chapter. I didn't really compare them. My guess is Trump has the smallest chapter because this came out last September, October. Oh, good. It doesn't look like I missed that much. All right, somewhat bare. Shouldn't be that. One of the problems with catching up with chat late is I don't know exactly what it's in reference to, right? But that's one of the things I've got to get better at. One of the things because I'm going to keep doing this. Like I've been fooling around over here, and I'm like, well, am I going to do this? Am I not going to do this? Is it a thing? Is it not a thing? Is it worth my time? And I think I'm gonna continue to do it. And I'm going to get better at it. I'm going to have a Stream Deck or some software that'll be able to change scenes. I'll put a little more forethought into how to arrange everything. But for right now, this is as far as I've gotten in I don't know how many hours I've been here. But look, I can do this now. Oh. What do we think about the pink, chat? Do we like the pink? The pink and the red? Here in the red corner? I'm gonna go with the pink. You know, so I'm learning how to do all of it. I'm pretty comfortable talking to you, right? I'm comfortable on radio because the cool thing about radio is you don't know if 0 people are listening or 10 people or 1,000 or 10,000. So you do your thing. I like having a chat and I like having the feedback. This Twitch has gotten me like, oh wow, this is kind of cool, right? Start seeing regular people come around and it kind of build community. I get that. I'm not going to do the emotes and the partnership, not the partnership, but the affiliate. I don't want to give Jeff Bezos any money. If you're interested in ever, donating, I have a PayPal button on my Twitch thing, and it'll go to the People's Power Assembly. People's Power Assembly is a mass org. So like the younger, rest in peace, the younger and healthier folks. They're not Workers' World, but it's the mass party. It's kind of like Refuse Fascism. You don't have to be in Revolutionary, what is it called? The RCP, Revolutionary Communist Party, RCP, the Bob Avakian's group. You don't have to be in that to be Refuse Fascism, right? You can do the activist work. But if you want to join the party, you can join the party. I think the same with People's Power Assembly. Do the activism. And if you want to, join the party. If it's a good fit. It's not like you just go, oh, let me sign up and you're in the party. It doesn't work like that. But what I am going to do is I'm going to get some comrades from the party. I'm going to get them on Discord, right? And we're going to have conversations on Discord. And then after we've done it a couple times, then I'm going to have them come on Twitch. And then we'll talk about whatever's happening. Maybe it's the candidacy program. Maybe it's part of it. Like, what is cadre? What does that mean? What does it mean in Workers' World? Or we'll talk about, okay, this article on Spain that just happened. I could get the writer of the article. He translated, but I could get the translator to come on, or anybody who writes for Workers' World. We could get them on the Twitch stream. And who knows, maybe years from now, or I don't know, maybe sometime there might be a Workers' World stream. But for right now, this is like my stream because my head's exploding, and I need this. I need house music. I need to have a cocktail. I need a couple people who are interested in left politics. It's my social hour, and it's a way to agitate without being, here, buy my paper. Like, I don't know. Anyway, so that's what I'm doing here. In case you're new here and you're like, what the fuck is going on with this guy? Like, I have fucked up health things. I can't go out and do this stuff anymore. I haven't even been to the office to make posters or anything because I can't take the chance. And so I'm running the household and I'm doing my own thing. Philadelphia. And I'm doing this at night while my wife sleeps. All right, so that's what's happening. $23 viewers. Look at that. Oh, nice. Nice. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Ugh. I love this song. I love the God in the headphones. It's like definitely a Burning Man mix. I'm going to look for, that was All Gas, No Brakes. Oh my God. Shout out to Reverend Aaron for turning me on to All Gas, No Brakes. I played that video last night and kind of reacted to it cold. I was like, wow. Guess who fucking did that today? Hassan. And he had like 25,000 views. Like 2 days after I did it. Okay. I didn't watch it because I don't want to see what his take is on it. I don't really care. But I'm like, okay. Oh, do you remember the other night? I said Barcelona tells landlords, find tenants or we will rent your property as affordable housing. This is how to deal with unscrupulous landlords. And now Juan Carlos the first has fled. Yeah, there's a lot of good. It's just a lot of. There's a lot of good stuff out there. So much good information. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be great. As soon as this song is over, I gotta play you this. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. This is exactly. It is not the content you came for. But what I'm about to show you is certainly the content you need. Serious. All right, here's what we're gonna do. All right, we're gonna slow this down. We're gonna quiet this down. Ready? Quiet. Quieter. Okay. All right. There we go. All right. So now we've killed the house music, right? Here's what we're gonna do, friends. Because I really appreciate you being here, and there's 23 of you here. This is what I want to do. We're done with the slideshow, and we are gonna go. We're gonna watch this thing. It's one of the greatest 6 to 8 minutes of your night. You won't be able to get the time back, but you should appreciate everything about this. This is America. This is America. This happens. It's real. There are people like this. And it's not an HBO TV show. Just saying.
And their eyes are bloodshot red. They're obviously stoned, you know. And they come up to me and they're kind of like talking to me. And I don't know, I'm thinking I'm in Switzerland. Normally in Chicago, I'd have my guard up, right? But this is Switzerland. So I'm like, hey, bonjour, mon ami, comment ça va? You know, I'm trying to talk French with them. And they're kind of talking to me. And so we're talking. I noticed that they kept following me. So I'm just continuing to making small talk. I'm not realizing what's happening. Anyways, they follow me on the train. They get off with me at the next stop.
No refunds, baby.
And at the next stop, I realized, wait a minute, something here is not right.
No refunds.
And so as I'm walking off of the train, there's nobody around.
Uh-oh.
And the one guy is walking like this, right next to me, like this. I realized later on it's because that close he could put a knife to my throat. But I didn't realize that at that moment. I just felt uncomfortable. I'm like, hey man, what are you doing? Get away from me. What do you guys want? Why are you following me? And then his friend comes up. Well, no, then there's a camera there by the train station.
No, let me change my story.
So I thought to myself, I saw it in a movie. I forgot what movie it was.
I forgot.
Oh, Karate Kid.
Karate Kid.
You guys seen the Karate Kid series on YouTube?
Yeah, that's the
movie. So
movie.
he goes and stands by the cameras, and the thieves get afraid because he's standing by the cameras. So I got a tip from Karate Kid. So I went over there, and that's probably why I got inspired for the next, right? So I walked over to the cameras, and I said, look, you see these cameras here? I said, they're watching you. You're on camera. If you do this, you're going to get in trouble. And they didn't care. I guess some things only work in the movies. Don't try this at home. So the guy pulls out a knife.
Oh no, not a knife.
And he's like, I tell you what, you give me your money, you give me your phone, or I kill you. And, you know, I should have known better. And I told you this because my father was killed that way.
Oh, is that right?
He was growing up, I always knew when they tried to rob him and he fought them for his wallet and he fought back and that's why they killed him.
Oh,
so
praise the
I
Lord.
always heard that for 40 years. I've heard that story. And now facing the same situation, I did the same thing my
Like
daddy
father,
did.
like son.
And
Praise
I
the
said,
Lord.
You ain't killing nobody.
Well, don't be.
I said, we're going to fight, but you ain't going to kill me. And so he's like, all right, it's on then. So then we start going at it, you know. He never imagined this 400-pound, you know, whatever in a suit and tie.
Whatever.
Would be so flexible. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Can I get a hallelujah in the chat room? Hallelujah.
Amen.
Amen. Amen.
I mean, I look like a very easy target. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
But he don't know I'm
Hallelujah.
from the hood too. So we're going to go at it. Amen.
Oh, hallelujah. Hallelujah. Amen. Oh, yeah.
So he's got this knife and he's swinging the knife at me.
Swinging
and I realized that well, first of all, I'm thinking, who needs the money more, me or him? I have kids. He don't, you know.
No, he needs it more because.
So we gotta go. Hallelujah. I'm gonna take his phone. Amen.
Like, to be clear, he needs it more because he's willing to scare you and threaten you to get your money. But you are fleecing this fucking flock, you fucking charlatan. And they're too. And they're clapping. This is America. This is America. This is America.
So he's swinging the knife, and this is Father's Day. It's actually
Father's Day. Wow.
And he's swinging the knife at me.
Yeah, I
like
think he's
this,
just making it up.
And I realized that he could hit my throat or something. My leg is much longer than my arm. So I start kung fu kicking the guy like this, you know, like that. He's freaking out because he's never been kicked at by a 400-pound gorilla. So I'm kicking him like this. I'm kicking him, you know.
Oh my God.
And then he has his friends just watching it in awe.
This is like.
And he tells his friend,
Hallelujah.
he says, come on, man, help me. Go around from behind, get him from behind, you know.
Get him.
So I thought, all right, this guy's going to try and get me from behind. And then so I said, wait a minute.
Yeah,
I've
right?
heard all these testimonies on like the Sid Roth show,
Crackhead.
you know. So I said, I'm going to speak in tongues and they're going to fall into the power of God. And they're going to begin to foam at the mouth. So I said, and he told his friend, get him.
Oh my God.
And I said, Lord, this is not working.
Oh my
I better
God.
try something else. It's a true story.
True story.
So I say to the guy,
Just like the baby Jesus.
I said, look, you're Muslims. I'm a pastor. I'm a Christian. I'm a pastor. I'm a minister.
Show up
if
your
you
dick. Show up your
attack
dick.
me, if you
Show
do
up
this
your-
to me, Allah will judge you. And the guy with the knife, he didn't care. He was committed. Somebody say committed.
Committed. I'm sorry, chat. Here's the thing. Is this guy insane? Is he a charlatan? Or is he pulling a Borat on everybody? Is he just like in on it and totally like he wants to be a stand-up comedian, but he's just using the church to get like this is such an interesting person. I don't know. I don't know. I just know this is America and there's a huge mega church and people are going with it. This is what we're up against. This is what we're up against. This and the fascists. And they support the fascists. So.
He was committed. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
But
hallelujah.
that actually shook his friend. That saved my life. Because his friend said, hey, man, leave him alone. Let's go. So that really shook his friend. And that kind of saved my life. So his friend hesitated, but he still started attacking me. And I'm kicking, he's attacking him. And I start to yell, help! Help! Because the angels weren't really helping me very much.
Oh, the angels weren't helping him. Oh,
So
hold on. I think
was
this is going to
upset
be good.
with the Lord.
Oh, no. He's got
Because
white
he says
socks.
a lot of things about he shall give his angels charge of, you know, and I'm out here by myself. So I start yelling, help! And then the guy with the knife says, Be quiet, lower your voice. And I said, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But then wait a minute, you're not gonna let the guy who's trying to kill you tell you what to do, right? So I said, wait a minute, no, I don't take orders from you. Help! Help! I just began to yell
Fuck,
for help.
that's loud.
And,
Sorry.
And then thank God some car pulled up of teenagers.
Oh yeah, teenagers.
And they came up and I started running towards that car of people and I'm like, help, help, help. And those guys just walked away.
Oh, hallelujah.
And I escaped that night. And I got home, I said, God, I have a wife, I have 2 kids.
I have 2 kids.
Where are my angels?
Where my angels at?
I said, God, I have to have this. I'm sitting in the white van basement in my bed, and I said, God, I have to have a serious talk with you. I'm called to China. I'm called to Bhutan, Vietnam, communist, dangerous places. Communist. And you're going to let me get killed in Switzerland? Between the cheese and the chocolate?
All right, I'm going to stop it there. That's as far as I got when I was looking at, I'm scrolling. I think I was on the toilet earlier this afternoon. And I'm like, yeah, looking like somehow I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. I have never seen anything like this in my news feed on Facebook. And I've been on Facebook for like 12, 13 years. It's been a long time. I have been on Facebook for a long fucking time. I do not know what's up with the algorithms now. How the fuck that got into my news feed? Like all my stuff is commie, socialist, commie. I'm just like, it's just mind blowing. So I'm like, okay, let me look at this minute of this. I got to poop. And he's pretty. Yeah, it sounds like you too. I love that. You are 2 children late. I would kick this dude in the balls with no hesitation. And it sounds like I'm 2 kids late. Nice. And I'm 2 kids. That's chef kiss to omnisciism. Nice. God damn. Anyway, there's a lot more of it, but it's one of those things. I'm like, okay, I got, because I knew that I was going to get serious tonight. Like, I want to chill. Like when I stream, the feeling is that I always just kind of want to chill, right? I want to chill. I want to talk. I want to have a conversation. Maybe somebody will come on Discord while having, an interesting talk about socialism, Marxism, communism, like deconstructing capitalism and all that. Like that's for Richard Wolff. I mean, I can still do that too, but like there's a lot of YouTube videos and stuff that, that does all that kind of stuff. But, sometimes it's like, fuck, that shit was, anyway. Let me look in my watch soon section. Come on, we're gonna do this. You can't see it. You're not allowed to see it in my watch soon section. Good stuff. So we're gonna listen to more of my mix. Oh, Fools for Trump. It's a really good remix. Generation Brainwashed. Hong Kong protests and U.S. Cold War on China. That's a good one. Oh, the Gray Zone. Do we want to do that? The Gray Zone did here's the thing. The Gray Zone did a great 25 minutes on Lebanon, the colonial system there, and the explosion. I kind of want to do that. Reverend Aaron, if you're still with me, Reverend Aaron, if you're still with me, Put your TikTok links in the chat so I can find them easily. Because, you know how I am. You know how I am, Aaron. Put your TikTok links because I would like to see them. And I like to play them because you're brand new on TikTok. I don't even know if you're still here. Reverend Aaron, where's the TikTok? Where's the TikTok? Catching up with chat. Stand up at church. Exactly. I guess somebody getting blocked. I'm missing it. You like it when other people have interesting thoughts? You suck at it? I'm missing. Did we lose Reverend Aaron? Oh, we did. Oh, no, he's still there, moderator. All right. I mean, I could go looking for it, but I don't want to. That's the thing. I don't want to go look for it. I just want a link. So make it easy for me. And here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna look at this because there's a sound. What is this? God, I love this. Oh, what's that? What's that? Somewhat Bear is now following me. Really? That's cool. It'd be a lot cooler if the rest of you did too. Nice. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. You've been here for like an hour. I like it. It's good. Appreciate it. Like, look, it's not the same every night, but it is. It's the same, but different. All right. We're going to look at the gray zone because I wanted to see it and I wanted to expose it. I wanted to share it with people because one thing I do know for a fact, not enough people know Ben Norton, Aaron Mate, and Max Blumenthal, and Para Morel. I don't know. I'm not sure about her first name, but there's like 4 of them at Gray Zone. And because this shit just went down in Beirut, or excuse me, in Lebanon. Was it Beirut? Yeah. Because the explosion just happened. I think it's important to get a perspective from a leftist, an actual leftist from the city, from the country, from the town, an actual real activist, revolutionary leftist, not from a politician, not from, some douchebag with a tie on TV, right? So Gray Zone is going to interview one here. I hate to interrupt this song because God damn it, I love this song, but I can hear it anytime. We're gonna 5, 6, 7, 8. God, I hate to do that. But when I pick it back up again, it'll be on beat. That matters to a DJ, even a former DJ. Just saying. All right. So we're gonna go to this interview with Mate. The program is called Pushback, and as far as I can tell, there are no streamers on the left. There are no streamers on the left on Twitch that are regularly or ever playing Gray Zone. It's like it doesn't exist. It's all Soc Dem type of liberal stuff. So here you go.
To push back, I'm Aaron Mate. The massive explosion in Beirut has left a country that was already in crisis facing a new calamity.
Yep.
Joining me from Beirut is Rania Masri, a lecturer and activist. Rania, thank you for joining. First, let me just ask you to talk about how you're doing and what you're seeing around you.
It's hard. Well, first, thank you, Aaron, for this time. It's really hard for me to say I'm fine. I'm safe.
Yeah, nobody's fine.
And folks that I know are also safe, but none of us are really fine. We're either in shock or feeling a great deal of outrage over this catastrophe that was man-made. It's not a hurricane that has hit us. It's not a natural earthquake, nor is it an act of war committed by an enemy. It is specifically caused by our own criminal negligence, and by I mean our leaders here in the country. So that's how we're doing. As for the state of the city or where I was during the blast, I mean, I was home. My home is around 5 kilometers away from the epicenter of the explosion. It felt first like an earthquake, and then a minute or two later, the sonic boom hit, and the windows just exploded open. They didn't shatter, but just all the doors in the apartment, the windows, they just burst open. And I happen to be extremely fortunate. Other buildings around me, their glass shattered. Other buildings, a few neighborhoods down, completely fell apart. We have around 25% of the capital has been decimated.
Wow.
300,000 people have been rendered homeless. That's the U.S. equivalent of around 14 million Americans.
300,000.
5,000 wounded, approximately 135 killed that we know of so far. And that is only, the human loss.
Yeah.
So yes, all of this caused by one massive explosion of 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate.
Check out this 5-second.
Are you fucking kidding me?
In his book,
Get the fuck, Ronald Reagan. Who the fuck invited Ronald Reagan onto my stream? Fuck off, you're dead and you sucked.
You mentioned political corruption and incompetence being...
All right, I tell you what. I don't ask for money on this stream. I really don't. Because if you send money here, I'm going to send it to the People's Power Assemblies. But if you put $10 or 15, whatever it is, for a YouTube Prime or whatever the fuck, if you send a PayPal, I'll spend the money. I'm real tight. Just saying.
A cause of this, can you talk more about what you see as or who you see as the
$10 bottle of wine
here
in New York City? I'll be right back.
Well, let's backtrack so that people know actually what happened. So in September 2013, there was a ship
how you doing?
that arrived at the...
Haley, welcome. You just coming in? Been having a good time tonight. I would normally say, don't watch the VOD. Just come in next time. Good VOD.
Lebanese port. And it was one of many ships where the owner decides to dock the ship and not pay for his workers and leaves the ship. And so then workers are held hostage, and this happens, and unfortunately all too often by lots of large ships. So in this case, lawyers came and they were able to release the workers, but the package of what was on the ship remained there. So since 2013, so that's more than 6 years, we've had 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate just sitting in a warehouse on the port in improper storage, in very humid storage with lights, with electricity all around it. Successive individuals knew of the danger of this and did nothing or did insufficient actions to protect the city. And we are talking not just about the managers of the port and the customs, but the court officials that knew, and the ministers that are responsible for what is happening on the port, both the Minister of Trade, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Social Work, and so on and so forth. For 6 years, 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate were improperly stored. And as if that were not enough, they then had fireworks stored right alongside them in a port facing the most densely populated city in the country, asking for disaster to strike. Appalling of all appalling statements, one of the managers of the port just yesterday declared that he didn't realize that it was this dangerous. He knew it was dangerous, but he didn't realize it was this dangerous So an acknowledgement of incompetence. And again, I call this criminal negligence because they knew of the dangers and they all decided to do nothing. So who is responsible is the political system that allows this level of incompetence, the political system that allows this corruption, the political system that does not see us as Lebanese citizens, but sees us and breeds us to be clients to serve them, in which we simply must ask for crumbs of our rights, all the while they continue to make sure that they take no decision to upset any one of them as they portion out the cheese amongst themselves. So that we would have this, a catastrophe of this size, the largest explosion in the history of Lebanon and one of the largest explosions in world history, that we would have this is, yes, a direct consequence of this political sectarian system that breeds this level of corruption, that allows this.
The system breeds the corruption. Do y'all remember the Marines, 240 something Marines that were killed in Lebanon back in the day? And Reagan was forced to pull the military out?
Level of criminal negligence. Those are the ones that are ultimately responsible. We have their names.
We have their names.
We have their names.
And they have addresses.
You know, holding the individuals responsible is one step forward. The
In a
second
video
step
game.
would be building an entirely new political system.
Get the fuck, look at this. Do you approve of President Trump? Take the survey. I've literally never gotten farther in YouTube than that right there. All right, quick informal poll. Who wants to take it? Somewhat Bear says take it. Seriously? Does anybody else want to take it? I am so pissed off that this happens. But Gray Zone does need the money, right? Anybody else? Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second or a nah, don't take it? Going once? Going twice? Yeah, okay, we're not going to do that. Oh, fuck, really? Seriously? All right. Pinko reacts to a Donald Trump survey on YouTube after 2 glasses of wine. Take 1. This is going to be fucking painful. I just know it. Oh, my God. Woke legend. You're counting? Oh, my God. All right, let's take the survey. Do you approve? Take the survey. What do I do? Oh, I see. Take it now. I've literally never gotten this far, ever, on anything on YouTube. I'm like, no. Fuck no. Oh, I see what happens. Okay. So it stops your fucking thing, so you wake up or whatever. Oh, Jesus. What is this, another raid? Or, I mean, another commercial? What the fuck? I'm not going to play that. Okay. Am I too stupid to take a survey? Is that what just happened? Is there something wrong with me? I could have swore I was trying to take the survey. But it didn't go. I don't know what happened. Wait a minute. Fools for Trump. Oh, this is really good. Fools for Trump is next. Hold on. Can we do this instead? Shift N. I've never done this before. But this thing is telling me I could play Fools for Trump by going Shift N. And then after that, we're going to come back to the 5-minute and 43-second mark. 5-minute and 43-second mark of Aaron Mate from the Gray Zone on the explosion. That's what we're going to do. Shift N.
Are you tired of making a fool of yourself? Let Donald Trump do it for you.
The windmills.
Can't put together a sentence? Donald Trump has got you covered.
I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words.
I know words. I have the best words.
Simple concepts? Donald Trump has got you covered.
You know what uranium is, right? It's a thing called nuclear weapons and other things.
And other things.
Exposing your latent bigotry? Donald Trump has got you covered.
Oh my God.
No, not at all. It comes from China.
Why are African Americans still dying at the hands of law enforcement in this
Oh my
country?
God.
And so are white people. So are white people. More white people.
This
by the
fucking
way.
guy.
More white people.
America was built by and for the white Christian people.
Hail Trump!
Fuck
For the
me.
past 4 years, Donald Trump has made fools of his supporters, and they couldn't be more satisfied. Just ask them.
Trump is elected by God to be the president of the United
know her.
States.
Where I could
Guillotine
stand in
truck.
the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody, and I wouldn't lose any voters.
Holy
okay?
shit.
What if he stood in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shot somebody? Would you still vote for him?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So if
Oh
you want
my
to look
God.
like these fools for Trump, put on your official Fools for Trump hat
me.
and head out into public.
Well, I like it because they'll sell many, many more hats that way.
Oh
Take
my
comfort
God.
in the knowledge that Donald
Fucking
Trump
charlatan.
is working hard to make a fool of you
What a
every single
charlatan.
day.
I just can't do it up here. You know, mentally, I can't do it.
And because you won't have a leg left to stand on,
Oh
it
my
will cost
God.
your broken soul nothing.
Your broken
No, I don't
soul.
take responsibility at all. I love the poorly educated.
I love the poorly
Respect
educated.
For Donald Trump and for Donald Trump's very, very large brain.
Brain.
Bum, bum, bum,
Brains.
ba, 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 ba.
Brains.
Contents of
Brains.
this ad are presented by Fools for Trump. Fools for Trump takes no responsibility for the content of this ad. Donald Trump takes no responsibility for anything. Actual cost may be worse. All returns accepted until November 3rd, at which time all sales are final.
Fuck was that? All right. I'm sorry. Hold on. Where were we? I want to go back.
Are you tired?
Go back. I have completely lost my spot.
Ask you about what a new system would look like. Let me read from a New York Times account of how.
All right. So just to be clear, what the fuck, man? All right. Hang on. Sorry. I'm just, whatever, man. I'm just. All right. Here's what I
officials
wanna
with the
do.
court.
Oh, if I go back too far, it goes to the ad. All right. I got to say that was a really glorious thing that just happened. Now, what you could not see because I had moved my picture to the upper corner, you couldn't see where that came from. And I just want to I want to give a shout out to the masters who put that together. That little 3-minute Trump thing, act.tv. I don't know who conceptualized it, who worked on it, who did the editing. Here's one thing I know. James from the internet did not do the editing. Perhaps conceptualized it. Who knows? But he's not an editor. I do know that. But fucking kudos to act.tv for that little short. That was brilliant. And now back to Lebanon's corrupt colonial system. It's the system and then the corruption that it breeds that leads to the negligence that leads to the possibility of this thing happening and everybody dying. Now, I would like to make it go 1.25 a little faster, but I'll check with the chat.
We have their names, but holding the individuals responsible is one step forward. The second step would be building an entirely new political system.
Yeah.
Before I ask you about what a new system would look like, let me read from a New York Times account of how officials with the court that as you mentioned, ignored requests as to what to do with the ammonium nitrate in the port. Senior customs officials wrote to the Lebanese courts at least 6 times from 2014 to 2017, seeking guidance on how to dispose of the ammonium nitrate, according to public records. The director of Lebanese customs wrote in May 2016, in view of the serious danger posed by keeping this shipment in the warehouses in an appropriate climate, we repeat our request to demand the Maritime Agency to re-export the materials immediately. And a bunch of solutions were proposed, including donating the ammonium nitrate to the Lebanese army or selling it privately. And there was another letter along those similar lines sent later in 2017, a year after this first letter. But according to the Times, the judiciary failed to respond to any of his pleas. What's your response to that?
Yes. The judiciaries, those particular judges are also responsible.
Right.
But also the individuals that didn't take it to a higher level. I mean, if I know there is this ticking time bomb, there's this sleeping bomb right on the port, and I simply send requests to the judges.
Just
and
send a request.
it,
That's
and then
your
I send another
responsibility.
request on another request. Can't I just do a press conference? Can't I take it to the minister? Can't I escalate? No. So each one just throws the responsibility onto someone else. And then I'm sure if you ask them, as people have asked them, they've said, well, it's no longer our responsibility. We
Yeah.
gave it to the judges. And I'm sure if you ask the judges, the judges will tell you, well, yes, we followed what was protocol and we didn't need to respond to X. We chose to respond to Y. And each of them continues to throw the responsibility forward. Just today, Walid Jumblat,
Systemic.
the real head of the so-called progressive social
Superstructure. Again, with the superstructure, the system. Again, we started the stream hours ago talking about Spain and the superstructure.
Party, although it is neither progressive nor socialist, took a press conference in which he basically is presenting himself as an innocent, outraged party and is holding the president responsible to this catastrophe, failing to recognize that one of his own crony men was one of the ministers responsible during this crisis for the past 6 years. So, you have individuals, leaders, who now are trying to present themselves as innocent. No, I didn't know. And clearly it was them, it wasn't me, even though we know the names, we know who are the individuals that represent and that are cronies to particular parties.
Right.
So it's appalling what happened today in this press conference. So we've seen this. It's going to be ongoing. And now there's calls by certain leaders in Lebanon, quote unquote leaders, of course, because they don't know how to lead, for a foreign investigation. Imagine a leader, someone who claims to be a leader of a country, asking foreigners to come investigate. It is appalling in and of itself.
Yes, we don't know how to investigate. We need somebody else to come and investigate because we just can't do it ourselves because we're not smart enough.
As if these foreign investigators are actually going to conduct an investigation and not a political tribunal, which we know that is what happens. So now there's calls by certain politicians who themselves are also responsible for this catastrophe, but they are calling for a foreign investigative committee to come in. And they are hinting that it is the oppositional political party that is responsible, and they themselves are innocent.
Wow.
Someone who made a similar insinuation when it comes to responsibility was Ken Roth, the head of Human Rights Watch. I wanted to ask you for a response. He tweeted this and then deleted it, but shortly after the explosion. But this is what he said. And he's saying this ahead of a tribunal, an expected announcement in the tribunal looking into the killing of a former Lebanese president, Hariri. And Kenneth Ross said this: is this Hezbollah's way of saying, don't mess with us for allegedly killing former Lebanese Prime Minister Hariri? If so, that's all the more reason for the tribunal to deliver its verdict as planned on Friday and for pressure to be exerted to surrender anyone convicted. So this was tweeted out just very quickly after the explosion. Roth suggesting that Hezbollah was responsible for this explosion.
Okay, it's almost 2020. If you're still using regular toilet paper,
fucking toilet paper?
You need to get.
God damn. Really? Like who the fuck watches these things? And whoever buys stop using toilet paper? I must do an investigation. I'm going to call for a foreign investigation. I want people from Taiwan, Burkina Faso, and Greenland to come and do a tribunal on toilet paper. What the fuck? Get the fuck off my YouTubes.
Of course, Ken Roth would like to place everything at the responsibility of Hezbollah. I'm sure he will. The whole institution of Human Rights Watch needs to be investigated, not simply Ken Roth. But yes, his statement is completely absurd for a number of reasons. If we look at this international tribunal to investigate the killing of former Prime Minister Rafi al-Hariri, there are so many problematics with that tribunal. We're talking about false witnesses, we're talking about contradictory testimony. All of this for years, by the way, it's been going on for years, paid for by Lebanese taxpayers. It's cost us around $500 million to conduct this false, very problematic political tribunal that they claim is an investigative tribunal. All, of course, we all know, just to hold Hezbollah responsible for, the killing of that prime minister. Hezbollah may be responsible, it may not be responsible, but I wouldn't trust that tribunal to tell me anything at all. Okay, so then Ken Roth jumping to this assumption, again, is typical Ken Roth behavior. And it fits within the whole political era of the whole political tempo of this tribunal. And it is necessary to understand the politics of that tribunal to then understand these individuals in Lebanon, like Walid Jumblat, like Samir Jaja, right-wing leader, head of the so-called Lebanese forces. Both of these individuals are now calling for a foreign investigation. Okay, so we understand the politics behind these foreign investigations. We understand already who they're going to hold responsible for this catastrophe. They're of course going to try to hold Hezbollah responsible. We've already seen photoshopped images of these rockets suddenly, or these assumptions that there weren't fireworks. It was actually a Hezbollah weapons storage unit. Why in God's names would Hezbollah store its explosives and its weapons on the port when of course they would be storing them underground in different areas, but they wouldn't store it at the Beirut port? That's the most vulnerable place to put their weapons. But we have all of these statements coming up, and a lot of it, by the way, has been supported by so-called Western media, just to point the finger at Hezbollah because that fits within their political agenda. From our perspective in Lebanon, as progressives in Lebanon seeking to protect our country, our perspective is that all those who hold on to this political sectarian system, including Hezbollah, but not excluding all the others, they are all responsible, again, because it is this political system that has bred this kind of criminal, negligent behavior. It is this political system that has bred it. So they all need to be responsible for that. But Ken Roth is Ken Roth.
If you could explain briefly what the major flaws are in your view with Lebanon's sectarian political system and what you want to see instead. You've been a longtime advocate of dismantling the sectarian distribution of power inside Lebanon.
This is one of the reasons that I just want, and I don't know how many people in the chat. I don't know how many of you subscribe to Gray Zone or look at Pushback or the Gray Zone Project. There's a couple of different shows. They're all coming out of Gray Zone. I think it's just called, I don't know if the is on it, but on YouTube, or excuse me, on .com. It's grayzoneproject.com. Gray with a E. Max Blumenthal, Ben Norton. Can't remember the young woman's name. Power and Pal or something. And then Mate, who you might remember from, I don't know, he was with The Guardian or he was somewhere else before. Pretty solid reporting. And they have contacts. And part of the thing is they have contacts and they know who to talk to. And they know who to put on and who to platform and not to. And so you don't get this crap that you get with corporate media, or the crap you get with a personality with a microphone and a YouTube channel who's doing it for the clicks. There's plenty of those people out there too. But then there's serious journalists who also are serious leftists. They have a point of view, and that point of view never gets played out on corporate TV. So this is why I like these guys and gals. I like this show, and I wish more people would check it out.
Well, again, I mean, let's think about what we want a democracy to look like. A democracy would be one in which individuals are treated as citizens, where my ability to be represented is not bound by the religion of my great-grandfather or the religion of my husband, should I choose to marry. Okay, none of this respects my constitutional right to believe in God in the manner in which I choose or may not choose to believe in. These are caste systems in which we are born, and they then determine every aspect of our life, from public office to marriage and child in custody and inheritance, to public positions, to how we even elect, to where we can even live. Okay, so we are not even looked at as citizens. We are automatically looked
thrown into
and
caste
placed within these
exactly.
false communities, otherwise called sectarian
Right
communities.
here,
which
here.
Folks in the West, by
right.
the way, the U.S. and France, and they love this representation.
Right.
Oh, look, Lebanon has 18
Isn't it nice?
communities coexisting.
All these communities
I'm so sorry, since when is
coexist.
a religion a community? A religion is a way people choose to worship. It is not a community in and of itself. It doesn't make up a culture. It doesn't make up an ethnicity. It doesn't constitute a language. It constitutes a personal decision about worship. That's it. It's just that big. You know, particularly in Lebanon, where people change their religions out of marriage or out of faith or out of a number of reasons. My family, for example, we have the major religions
marriage,
all
right?
within the same family.
Of course you do.
So the moment you have this political system where we are not citizens, but we are members of a sect that claim to coexist as if we're not all members of the same country and of the same nation, it breeds the system of government where then individuals that are so-called elected cannot represent the poor and the rich and the working class and the farmers and the industrialists. No, they can't do that. They have to represent the Shia and the Sunni and the Maronite,
Right.
and therefore they deny every quality of citizenship. They deny the mere concept of community,
Agency.
because they throw us into these false homogeneous places called sects. And then they have to hold on to this sectarian thinking, they have to pit us against each other. So then there becomes something called the Maronite political system, you know, or how do the Shias feel against the Sunnis, and so on and so forth. And we're no longer individuals, nor are we citizens, nor are we members of a nation. We're forced into these closets and bred false narratives as to who we were and who we are and who we could become. So these become not simply the recipes for a false democracy in which really nothing is represented and no one is represented, okay? But it also becomes the very recipe for division within a country, and it creates a recipe for corruption and clientelism. This political system also, by design, cannot allow us to have our civil and human rights. By design, it does not allow for universal health care. By design, it does not allow for proper public education, because these sectarian leaders must maintain their status as, you know, as providers of services. So if I can get universal health care provided by my government, why should I go knock at the door of this sectarian leader to give me access into a hospital? I don't need him. I've got universal health care. So all of these sectarian leaders, they have always worked together against universal health care. They've always worked together against public education. They've always worked together to destroy our functioning only public university in the country, because they need to maintain their own clientelistic attitudes and their own clientelistic services. So consequently, we don't end up with a state. We don't end up with a nation. We end up with this divided viewpoint as to who we are, leading us to a state where, you know, to a situation where leaders simply cannot make decisions, leading us to this economic bankruptcy that we are in today, okay, that they cause deliberately, either by their inability to make a decision or by their particular political philosophy to breed beggars and to build crumbs and to continue to have an economy that is pure consumption and no production. Okay, leading us to this kind of catastrophe where no one wants to claim responsibility and they want to throw it on each other. Okay, and all of these political leaders end up not only hostage to these false representations of who we are, but also hostage to outside forces. So each one of them must stand on the coattails of a foreign country, either the United States or France or Turkey or Saudi Arabia or Iran, and so on and so forth, leaving us as a country with the political mindset. And imagine this, for decades, these political leaders have taken a position of not taking a position.
Yeah.
They have taken a position that we must be neutral when it comes to foreign policy, and we must not take positions. So our governmental position on Syria, on the war on Syria, is we don't have a position.
Don't have a position.
It is absurd. It is truly absurd. And the same manufactures itself domestically.
Yeah.
So of course this political system has to go, and it's important to recognize that this is a political system that has been maintained by the United States, maintained by France, maintained by other Western powers, and it is the political system that the U.S. has been trying to recreate in Iraq. They were trying to impose it in Syria. They want to impose it in Libya. It is the recipe for disaster, and it is in no way a democratic system. What we are calling for, and many others as oppositional political parties are calling for, is true representation, where individuals have a direct representation with their government as citizens, not as members of a sect, not as members of a tribe, not as members even of a political party, but as citizens, the very basic aspect of democracy where we build citizenship. And once we build that, then we can determine, do we want a socialist kind of economy?
Yes.
Do we want a capitalist kind of economy?
no.
But at the very basic, we build the foundation for a state, and the foundation for a state must be citizenship. This is what we are lacking in Lebanon, and this has caused this kind of a catastrophe that we've seen today. It also bred the wars that we've been having, where we simply don't exist as citizens.
You mentioned Syria. The U.S. recently imposed its harshest sanctions on Syria to date under the Caesar Act, and that was already having an impact on Lebanon. The port of Beirut was one of the ways in which the UN got desperately needed aid into Syria, and now that is destroyed, which makes aid delivery to Syria even more difficult. And of course, on top of the difficulties of bringing supplies into Lebanon, which imports more than 80% of its food. And of course the border with Israel is non-existent because of the state of hostilities between Hezbollah and Israel.
No, because enemies, and not about Hezbollah. We are really enemies, and we. By the way, I have to say,
hold on.
For us to build our state, because we wanted to.
I just want to, just in case you kind of tuned out or went to the bathroom, I want to draw your attention. I want to draw your attention to this.
To be a civil state.
Let me back it up.
We are trapped to say this. Not about Hezbollah. We are really enemies, and we. By the way, I have to say this. For us to build our state, because we wanted to be a civil state where we are treated as equals, as citizens, and not as sects, we therefore have to be enemies with the state of Israel, because Israel has this concept of Zionism, which is a concept not only of a settler state colony, but also one in which you prop up one community, so to speak. So you have, it's an apartheid settlers that by design encourages sectarian statelets around it. And therefore, by design, the existence of a civil state in Lebanon would be a threat to Israel, and vice versa. Their existence as a settler state, Zionist state, a settler state, apartheid state, is an existential threat to our existence as a civil state in Lebanon.
Right.
And that is why we are enemies. So the border between Lebanon and occupied Palestine is way bigger than the situation between Hezbollah and Israel.
Right, and you have hundreds of thousands of Palestinian refugees inside Lebanon, and Israel has, as we all know, invaded and occupied Lebanon multiple times for the last 4 decades. Let me ask you about Mike Pompeo. He called the former prime minister, Saad Hariri, but not the current prime minister, after the explosion. What do you make of that?
I found that to be typical because, again, Saad al-Hariri, Walid Jumblat, Samir Jaja, all of these individuals are within the U.S. camp and the Saudi camp.
In the U.S. camp, right.
Camp. Okay. And they're trying to present this government, which is Hassan Diab, he is the current prime minister. They're trying to present this government as if it were a Hezbollah government and not their government, even though, of course, they all agreed on this facade of a Hassan Diab government. So this is an attempt by the U.S. administration to propel up a former prime minister and dispel a current prime minister.
Right.
It is typical activities on behalf of the U.S. And of course, they would prefer Saad al-Hariri because he's an easier puppet for them to play with and to move into their corner, because Saad al-Hariri has typically been a representative of Saudi Arabian interest and of U.S. interest in the country. And none of them, by the way, have been real representatives of Lebanese interest per se, because none of them have been really looking at Lebanon as a country. But not only is it a deeply political problem when you have a representative of one country failing to speak to a representative of another, but actually speaks to a former prime minister. Not only is that politically very problematic, but it clearly shows where the U.S. is standing, and that the U.S. wants to see the downfall of this current government and to propel one that would be easier to maneuver. Again, I'm not saying I'm not in favor of this government in any way, shape, or form. It is a facade government that has done absolutely nothing in this worst time in Lebanon's history, which is the time of a bankruptcy. But it was chosen because it can do absolutely nothing.
It was chosen, and it was
they continue to fulfill this vision of theirs of incompetence and impotence.
We're going to wrap. How do you see the neighbors around you responding? How are people coping? What are they doing? And what are you expecting for the next immediate future? What is Lebanon going to be facing?
We've been getting, several planes of support. They've been setting up field hospitals. We've gotten the countries that thus far have either sent us planes or will send us include Russia, Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Qatar, the Emirates. I'm sure I'm missing a few. So they're setting up field hospitals. It'll be a little bit of a bandage in the meantime.
Bandage, yeah.
But again, we're dealing with a catastrophe that is unimaginable. I mean, we've lost the majority of our medicine. Again, at a time when we were already in a medical shortage. We've lost the majority of our grain at a time when we were already facing a shortage. We have a $5 billion loss in infrastructure, again, when we are already bankrupt. We have no financial means to rebuild. And we also...
And then anybody who's offering aid, it's, France is offering aid, but you have to institute reforms. So when the big capitalist countries are saying, well, we'll help, we'll give you aid. It's not fucking aid. It's extortion. We'll give you the money, but you have to fuck over the people with austerity. And that's anyway, I don't want to interrupt, but I just wanted to get that in there.
So let us add to all of this problem that we also still have the COVID pandemic affecting us, and now our hospitals are even more to the limit, not to forget the fact that we already had several hospitals that were destroyed or rendered incapable to maintain themselves because of the blast. So the situation cannot be worse. And it scares me whenever I say that, because then I'm afraid that something
it's going to get worse.
Worse could happen.
Things are fucked up.
We don't know how we're going to be surviving the coming months in Lebanon. We simply do not know. The mood is one of extreme outrage, and I am hoping that we can be able to organize that outrage and direct it towards political clarity and direct it towards a new form of government, one that will not continue to cause us to live, by chance, but rather cause us to live with a semblance of dignity.
Wow. Cause us to live not by chance, but with a semblance of dignity.
Actually have a state and a nation. Cause us to live with a semblance of dignity. A new form of government, one that will not continue to cause us to live, by chance, will not continue clarity and direct it towards a new form of government, one that will not continue to cause us to live, by chance, but rather cause us to live with a semblance of dignity.
Nice.
Where we actually have a state and a nation.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Like, not just for Lebanon, but here in the United Snakes of America. Wouldn't it be nice if we didn't just live by chance? Who were your parents? What was your genetic disposition? What happened to you when you were 7, 12, 19? Like the amount of the, oh God, I could go on a whole thing. I'm not going to, but I could. But yeah, how about we map our own lives out and fulfill our own wants, needs, feels, our own potential without being constrained by capitalism, by imperialism, by the system that we were born into but had no part in making. We had no say in the making of the system. We had no say.
but yet we have to suffer. The great powers decide they're going to go to war for whatever fucking reason to divide up, Africa and Asia. Well, sorry. You were a baker. Here's a bayonet. Go kill the farmer in Germany. Oh, you were a farmer in Germany. Go kill the fisherman from England. Fucking stupid. How about we write our own story? Join a revolutionary organization today. Join a anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist organization today and start living a life worth fucking living, or it's all going to be over soon. Either the fascist is going to win and the world will be destroyed in this nasty ass climate change disaster, or we push back and do our best to mitigate it and survive and build a better world. Thank you, Jeff Bezos, for letting me have your platform tonight. So 23 people, 12 of which are tabbed out, 3 of which are bots, but the other 5 or 9, or I can't do math. Math is hard. But for the folks that are here, God bless you. God, dog bless you. I said dog, I think. Dog bless you. Thank you for doing this. I'm not done yet. Not done yet. Nah. Nobody can do the shingling like I do. Nobody can do the boogaloo like I do. What I'm trying to do is change the OBS situation from Chrome to the other one. And I can do that because, I can do that because I'm getting better at it. Boom! There we go, my friends. There we go. We need to take a musical break. I'm going to do basically, I guess what I would call a temperature check. I got to get myself flipped in the right way. Oh, yeah. You want a link for that? Yeah, I felt like here's the thing, man. Like I know better than to say what I just said. Because it felt like I was saying, oh, this has been great. Right? Which usually is like, oh, it's last call. Like, and I found myself saying that, but I'm still down for a little bit. Yeah, of course. I'll get you a link. Hang on a second. Where do I have to go? I have to go here. I have to go here. Oh, did I get rid of it already? Ah, fuck. Hang on. Let me find it. It was basically it's YouTube, and then it's pushback. It's YouTube and pushback with Aaron Mate. Or Gray Zone. I'm not sure what the right here. There it is. Here, let me grab it. Oh yeah, it just came out 17 hours ago. I'm pretty sure this is the one. Let me just to be sure. Let me preview it before but there's ads, right? Yeah, this is the one. All right. So here you go. Paste. So yeah, this is the one. And go and look at their links. Look at their links. Because it's the Gray Zone Project. Fucking sharp shit. And I will just for the record, there's a bunch of people who aren't really left who are going to shit all over the Gray Zone. and say stupid stuff like, oh, they're tankies, whatever. Like, there's that crowd, the CIA, the tomahawk, the limousine liberal left, and the fake actual left that is going to shit talk them. But also look at Max Blumenthal killing Gaza. Look at Killing Gaza. It's a film. It's a documentary by Max, and Max is really one of the driving forces behind the Gray Zone project. In my estimation, probably the main driving force, but I don't know the inner workings of Gray Zone. I've met Max. I've met Ben. I've met the young woman that is also a serious reporter and good interviewer. I don't know her name, but I've met them all in New York at various functions. But I've never met Aaron Mate, but I think he was on a different platform before, a different show, maybe Guardian. I think, I don't know, who knows. Anyway, anyway. Yada 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 yada. I want to take a break. I want to take a musical break, and let's all just stretch.
Yes?
Stretch.
What are you doing? I'm reading some Karl Marx.
Really? The reason I want to play this is because we're still watching Glee each night. We're in season 3, and halfway through it, Santana comes out. And Santana sings I Kissed a Girl. And I fucking laughed so hard. And I couldn't remember the words to I Kissed a Girl because I read some Marx so many times. So I'm like, fuck it, I have to play I Read Some Marx. And rest in peace to the actress that played. She just drowned. She just fucking drowned. And a 4-year-old. Anyway, but so Santana sang I Kissed a Girl in her coming out episode on season 3, which was like 10 years ago. I've never seen any of this. Well, I saw a couple in the first season. But anyway, we're enjoying it.
OMG. I thought I just wanted to pass good grades were all I cared for. My college made me
take this class.
More stuff
for me to ignore.
But then I
found out that his theories weren't so bad.
Labor
and class conflict. But what a very clever man. I read some Marx and I liked it. Friend of the proletariat. I read some Marx just to try it. I hope Adam Smith don't mind it. It felt so wrong, it felt so right. Men of the working class unite.
I read some Marx and I liked it. I liked it.
Musical break. What can I say?
There is a specter hanging o'er the face of Europe. 'Tis communism and is more
a social hiccup.
A time will come soon when the
masses rise as one
to carve out their place in the brand new poetry to come. I read some Marx and I liked it. The friend of the proletariat.
How do you not love this?
I read some Marx just to try it. I hope Adam Smith don't mind it. It felt so wrong, it felt so right. Men of the working class unite.
Pog.
I read some Marx
Pog.
and I liked it.
Pog.
pog, pog,
I liked
pog,
it.
pog.
Marx is the man, he's working for you. The bourgeoisie, they just ain't your crew. Alienation of labor is bad. Commodification is not a good fad. The capitalists are greedy, you see. A shorter work day, now that's what we need. I'm reading some Marx and I'm liking it. Rise up now, proletariat. I read some Marx and I liked it. The friend of the proletariat. I read some Marx just to try it. I hope Adam Smith don't mind it. It felt so wrong, it felt so right. Men of the working class unite. I read some Marx and I liked it. I liked it.
Wow, that was nothing but beautiful. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Damn it.
Before you start this video, I want you to consider the fact that hearing something new is always beneficial to your thinking processes, because new ideas force us to challenge what we assumed was true.
Is that right?
And science teaches us that true facts can withstand any challenge.
Oh, fuck me. So that was totally not good.
Before you start this video, I want you to consider the fact that hearing something new is always beneficial to your thinking processes, because new ideas force
I was just
us
testing to see if you're still with me.
what we assumed was true.
I gotta sleep at some
And
point.
Science teaches us that true facts can withstand any challenge. I also want to appeal to our commitment to freedom of speech by challenging you to try your best to listen and understand the following information with an open mind. Because to truly value freedom of speech, we must be willing to listen to different ideas.
Say it ain't so.
Even if they seem unfamiliar and uncomfortable.
Don't tell me shit I don't agree with.
It must be said that freedom of speech has no meaning if no one is listening. Let's also remember that while we all have beliefs, at the end of the day, logic and facts should always triumph over belief.
So, question, chat. Is this going to be liberal claptrap? Or is this going to be solid as fuck content? I'm going to go with solid as fuck content.
Just like all the major media conglomerates suggest, it is true that there is a war happening in Hong Kong. But it might not be what you think, because the reason why the Hong Kong situation is the most reported story in the world is because the Hong Kong protests actually serve as a proxy war, or a PR war, that has been launched by the USA on the People's Republic of China, the second largest economy in the world. While the Western Media Alliance tries to convince us that the Hong Kong situation is all about democracy and freedom, as it always says when Western countries try to invade or interfere in foreign lands, the reality is that the real war is being fought for the hearts and minds of all the citizens on Earth, including you and me. The main battleground is happening in our living rooms, on our phones when we read the news, and on all the social media platforms that we use every day. Since just a few of the richest families in America control most of the major media conglomerates, as well as the 3 global mega monopolies of social media, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter.
I'm giving us some
war
music
is obviously a
underneath.
one-sided massacre, with China being put up on a media firing squad every single day.
Look at that.
Night.
Look at that.
So let's talk about the super exciting foot soldiers that are glamorized and given rock star treatment by the Western media. In every war, you need your frontline soldiers.
Yeah,
And you better
Trouble, this is a
believe
good
that
one.
When you're trying to take on the second largest economy in the world, you're going to have a committed die-hard force to complete the mission. But what is the best way to win? When looking back on the last few centuries of European global domination through colonization and foreign interventions, history tells us that the most effective strategy is famously known as divide and conquer.
I just want to stop it right here for a moment. The United States, if it could, it would invade and destroy all of the countries that it talks shit about. It can't do that anymore. There was a time where it could do stuff. It can't do it anymore. So they have to do
hybrid war. They have to do proxy war. They have to do economic sanctions, which is war. Sanctionskill.org. Really good place to go. I'll drop it in the links in the chat. But this is why they don't do it. It's why I'm not worried that World War III is going to start tomorrow because of all the saber rattling about China. The United States can't win a hot war. Cannot win, cannot even survive a hot war with China or Russia. Even Iran couldn't even crush Syria. Got defeated in Vietnam. But that doesn't mean they're not effective. Doesn't mean they're not killing people. Doesn't mean they're not strangling. Doesn't mean they're not being like the fucking demons from hell that they are. But I'm a little less worried about when my power's out. I'm not worried that the grid went down because there's a nuclear war on. That's just me. Anyway, back to the video at hand.
Now think about it for a moment. Instead of spending billions of
how's the
dollars
balance
in
on the house music
communication
and the
systems,
talk?
medical experts and equipment, transportation, soldiers' salaries, food, housing, etc., and instead of sacrificing the lives of your own countrymen, you simply have your enemy kill themselves by exploiting whatever differences they might have. In the most cynical way, it is an absolute bargain. All it costs is the funding of a culture or media PR campaign with the goal of sowing distrust, discord, and hatred in order to divide a society.
Yeah.
One of the perfect tools used for divide and conquer is fabricating disgusting stories about one group within a nation in order to dehumanize and demonize them. This is historically known as scapegoating, and it's been used throughout history. The divide and conquer strategy relies on the most advanced and modern forms of psychops, which we used to call mass brainwashing and propaganda. This strategy slowly creates a belief system in people, which then convinces them to perform the ultimate betrayal, turning against your own nation, their own family and friends. But who could possibly be stupid enough to stab their own nation state in the back? Who would be so easily manipulated they could even be convinced that some ideal is more valuable than your own flesh and blood family, or to believe that some ideal is even more precious than life itself? Only the young are impressionable enough to fall for this. Only the young mind, with its boundless imagination and strong tendency towards idealism, could be so easily infiltrated. While young people are so willing to do good for the world, they are usually unaware of history, geopolitics, and foreign propaganda campaigns, making them easy targets for indoctrination. But how does it all work? The first step is to create an alternative reality. In other words, a media environment that forces a young person to believe that their own motherland is in fact their enemy. The Western media conglomerates have successfully done this by dominating TV networks, blogs, newspapers, radio, and controlling what goes viral on YouTube, Google,
Bingo.
and Facebook.
Algorithms.
Even have
Algorithms.
influence over YouTube
Algorithms.
bloggers. The Western media bloc, controlled by just a few, successfully paints a bleak picture of the world that seems to be united in its hatred of the so-called communist China, or a rogue Islamic Iran, or an unbelievably stubborn Russia. How convenient that every nation on earth that refuses to be controlled by the USA just happens to be the same places that the media claims to be the most evil and scariest places on earth. There are few, if any, media companies that ever dare to present a storyline that contradicts this Western media bloc's point of view. But even when that rare moment does occur, the Western media simply ignores it, maneuvers quickly with distraction, or suppresses it. Through any means possible, like music, video games, movies, TV series, the mass media bombards a young mind with false accusation after false accusation, repeated 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. It would be impossible for a young mind to see a media campaign for what it really is: a brainwashing, to change their belief system. After all, the famous propagandist Goebbels once said, "Repeat
Fuck
a
that
lie
guy.
enough and it becomes the truth."
Fuck that guy.
Big lie after big lie.
Fuck that
after
guy.
Big lie. Even a fully mature adult would feel helpless and likely succumb to such a psychological carpet bombing.
Yeah.
In part 1, we look at how Generation Brainwashed believes with all their hearts that betraying their own motherland and parents is the right thing to do. Today, we look at the Hong Kong protests' first big lie, the 2 million protesters lie.
Yeah.
Ask anyone that knows anything about the Hong Kong protests, and they'll confidently say 2 million Hong Kongers are marching for freedom. But ask anyone how this number came about, and they'll just say, some article reported it. And that's exactly how the Western Bloc propaganda machine works. One article will pretend that a lie is a fact. Soon after, every other article or video will use that lie to support their storyline.
This is
No
really
time at
good.
all, the Google search feed is flooded with that lie. And that's precisely how a falsehood turns into a truth. The young people read those lies with zero questioning, and their false beliefs are galvanized, like injecting morphine into an addict's veins, or giving
Boom.
a special blessing to a zealous religious follower.
Boom.
This claim of 2 million protesters has been the rock on which the anti-China Western Bloc and their unquestioning blind followers have built their outposts of justification. The justification to support all criminality in Hong Kong. The justification to parade around and give rock star treatment to all those who vandalize or speak to media against the Hong Kong government or Beijing. The justification for non-stop sensationalized reporting in an island far, far away in China. The unfortunate truth is, that rock is really just a figment of the Western media
Oh,
imagination.
say it ain't so.
Nowhere, and I mean nowhere, can that number be found through any independent counting, and definitely not through any scientific observation. When searching the internet, only one Reuters article performed a rigorous count on July 1st and a serious analysis of crowd number claims on June 6th and June 12th. The HKU frequently performs counts which tellingly always fall not too far from police estimates. In the Reuters article, it discusses how police estimates and organizer estimates vary wildly. The only mention of 1.7 million people is from the articles that say organizers claim 1.7 million people marched, with absolutely no mention of their methods, of their evidence, or anything that can verify their very extraordinary claims. Of the largest protests in Hong Kong, which happened months ago, on June 6th, and which were related only to an irrationally feared extradition bill, a scientist in crowd counting at HKU, after reviewing data and accounts, says the crowds could only have been between 500 to 800,000 people.
Still significant.
Nowhere near what the Church of Western-owned media have enshrined as divine truth.
It's still significant. It's still significant. But then when you drill down on how those people were motivated and moved, and you start looking into the National Endowment for Democracy, the NGOs that are all over the place, and how many there are, and how many people they could put in the streets, and then that is a multiplier effect, and people, feel the fever for the flavor of a Pringles.
In a quest to bring down its arch rival, China. How could the media, whose sole purpose is to inform the
That's
people
not their
and
purpose.
to equip them with the knowledge needed to understand and navigate the world, be the exact same force that is creating false narratives? It is exactly because they are not in the business of reporting information.
Bingo,
in
bingo,
today's
bingo, bingo.
polarized
Oh, a
world.
great graphic.
They are now in the business of
Oh,
manufacturing.
I'm sorry. I want to see that again.
Today's polarized.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What a great graphic. Sorry, I interrupted the narrative. But it's my stream, and I fucking love that graphic. Let's all just take a moment to take that in. I just think it's beautiful. And we should take a moment to take it in. Plus, in case you were tabbed out or you heard something, you woke up, check it out. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff.
World. They are now in the business of manufacturing an alternative reality to win the greatest economic and technological Cold War the world has ever seen. Whose side will you stand on? The side that purposely lies to you, or the side that you still haven't had the chance to really see and understand? Perhaps it's time to unplug from the Western media matrix and see how beautiful the world really is.
Wow. Hold on.
And understand. Lies to you, or the side that you still haven't had the chance to really see and understand.
This is the best part. This is the best part. I wish I have a back button that goes 5 seconds. I wish I had something that I could say, oh, go from here to go to there, like a sample loop or loop in, as a DJ, you can loop in and loop out digitally. I don't have that set up here for the video. Maybe a year from now, I don't know, but this is dope right here.
Perhaps it's time to unplug from the Western media matrix and understand. Perhaps it's time to unplug from the Western media matrix and see how beautiful the world really is. From the Western media matrix and see how beautiful the world really is. Time to unplug.
Yeah, I can't get. It's like 6.5 seconds.
How beautiful the world really is.
It's fucking dope, isn't it? Fucking dope. Dope. Pog. So pog. Pog. I forgot. I think pog is good, but I think I forgot what pog stands for. I may have forgot. Hey, Trouble, if you know any lefties, that's the YouTube. Yeah, I really like, I tell you what, this might be my favorite thing in the whole world. Well, there's other favorite things, but it's one of my favorite things. As long as people are interested, come and hang out and look at this stuff with me. I feel like yeah, we're hanging out at my house. It's not as two-way as I'd like it, right? But there's time for that. And if we want to look at a revival, crazy, grifter church person, then we can do that. Hold on now. Is this the right thing? Yeah, I'm done with that. All right, my friends, we're going to do this. Oh, unusual memes? I don't know. This song rocks. Here's what I want. I definitely want to do this because we are getting late. We're getting long in the tooth. We're turning this up a little bit. Ready? 5, 6, 7, 8. We're gonna turn this up, and here's how I'm feeling. I'm feeling like we're probably done. We're gonna let this song play out. We're gonna raid into somebody, and I'm gonna find something to look at visually while the next song plays out. But I'm gonna turn this song up because I like it. Yeah. Oh yeah. Welcome to my world. Let's look at my Facebook feed. Fuck it. What else are we gonna do? Oh, here's what we'll do. We'll look at some Discord. Oh, that's Discord.
is such a superior.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Tete Mwabumo, expressing my loneliness.
This song, man. Feel it. And think about where you want to go. Hang out for a minute. And then let's go somewhere. It's either art or it's politics. No liberal shit, okay? No liberal shit.
This is me, Tete Mwabumo, expressing my loneliness.
Gente de todo el mundo, todos los días, toda hora. Entonces una pelea que y era inmenso también, porque no es pequeño. Él merece todo el tiempo atención, ¿sabes? Es como que...
Socialism printer go brrrr.
Yo fui una persona que conseguí...
Socialism printer go brrrr. Are you feeling that? Are you feeling that vibe? Fuck yeah. Right there, baby. Disturbed man refuses to isolate. Says he's not down with the sickness. Just saying. This is America.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Tete Mwabumo, expressing my loneliness.
Yeah, this VOD is going to get blocked and muted on YouTube for sure. Oh well. Oh, there you go, right there.
Gente de todo el mundo, todos los días, toda hora. Entonces una pelea que y era inmenso también, porque no es pequeño. Él merece todo el tiempo.
Drunk as fuck, man.
Es como que como una criada, como una mujer que siempre
Talking to my
quiere estar
four
conmigo y siempre quiere estar libre.
viewers on Twitch. I don't know. My all-time favorite. Who are we gonna raid into? Trouble. You around? Or Omni? Omni. Who are we gonna raid into? You gonna make me look? I can look. Fog.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Tete Mwabumo, expressing my loneliness.
All right, I think we're gonna definitely. Oh, is there anybody in politics? What are we down to? Saturday morning politics. It's got to be small. Politics not found. Are you kidding me? I'm having a... Really? Seriously? There we go. Much better. Wow. There's 70 viewers in politics. 18 of you are here. 18. There's somebody with 10 viewers called Tiberius D. Comparative advantage. 3 white guys talking. On the other hand, there's Patriot Soapbox with 16 viewers. Pink of the Bear with 18 viewers. Woo! This is so silly. I'm looking. Leftists be like Sleeper Chris, 15. Oh my God. Politics and illicit drugs. This is making me laugh. Protesters versus police, Portland. The great Jeff Mack. I'm sorry, anybody who puts the great in their name, I'm never coming to your channel. The great Jeff Mack. Feminist Games, fuck Trump. Second win, BLM. Is this a thing? Hold on. We could just stay here and listen to house music. Hey, thank you, Omni. Thank you for coming by. They're all hand-picked, handcrafted, remixed in my own decks. Live, one take, no rehearsals. Because I'm old and I've been doing this shit a long time. I don't do it anymore for money, but I used to. But thank you. I'm glad you like it. I cranked it up here at the end because the VOD's going to get blocked and it doesn't matter. But thank you for coming, Omni. Appreciate it. It might be a situation where we don't even raid in. It really, like, I always want to raid, but this is a good vibe. I might just let this play and then check in on it in an hour and kill it. Like, literally, there's no left. There's no left in politics. I don't know. Maybe we should do this. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. Here's definitely what we're gonna do. I'm gonna turn it down. All right. Here's the thing. If you like the music, go to Mixcloud, Pink of the Bear. Look around a little bit. We're in the long-assed simple mix. I have a long-ass simple mix part 1 and part 2. The whole thing is like 6 hours where I got kind of fucked up and I just grabbed my favorite electronic music from a time period of like 2013 to 2019 or 18 or something. And I made this mix, or 2 mixes. So go to that and listen to that. But the other idea, and here's what I would like to do. I think it would be fun is to raid in to somebody's stream that only has 2 or 3 viewers. All right, I got to find him again. God damn it. I'm tired. See, I'm really losing it. Oh, I have to go over here. So the title is Fuck Trump. Second Wind, Black Lives Matter, BLM. And the subtitle, Feminist Games. English, LGBTQ 2+, right? So I think we go here. They've been streaming for 2 hours and 50 seconds. I think we just go. I think we go in here. All right. Chef's kiss to everyone. I had a good time tonight. I hope you did too. And I'll be here pretty much every night, midnight to 4, 11:30 to 3, midnight to 7. Yeah. So let's do this. So the name is, I have to find the name. There it is. Copy. Later, Omni. Thank you for coming. Solidarity forever. It's nice. Appreciate you coming by. Maybe you'll come by again. So we're going to raid. Here we go. /. Oh, this song is so nice. /raid. Yeah, this is a nice song. It's coming in. But we're going to raid anyway. Love you all. Fight the power. Fight the power. Fuck the police. Feed the children. 3, 2, 1. We're raiding now. I'm out. Oh, what happened? Are they gone? Are they gone? Are they gone? They're fucking gone. Oh, I apologize. That person is gone. Oh, they went out. All right, well, there you go. I suck. All right, everybody look totally left or, far right, so fuck it. Thanks for coming. Good night.